Are we live? Yeah. Hello, y'all. Anybody who's here, anybody who isn't. Hope you're having a great day. Come back to Celine Under Stars. We will not be playing our usual Stardew Valley fare today. We will instead be enjoying a very interesting adventure through a whole variety of indie games. Hi, Rascal. Hi, Maud. Love you. Love you, hon. So I'll just give people a couple of minutes to come visit, and then we will be starting out with a whole mess of games that I have pulled up. Now let me check. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Perfect, perfect. I would hate to get, 30 minutes in and be completely unheard. That would be very unpleasant. So how are you doing today? How are you guys doing? Glad. I am glad. I'd hate to hear you had a shit-ass day. Hi, Wizard! Hi! Glad, so good to see you. I'm glad you guys are here. I know if I can't count on anybody else, I can count on my belovelies. I'm always so glad to see you guys. I'd let it get a little later, but I am one impatient fucker. So, time to see what we should start with. I have more games than I'd have time in a week, so we'll just have to pick things out one at a time. Let's start with Welcome Googoo. Yeah, quite the name, I know. Alright, can y'all hear the game? And is the audio level alright compared to my voice? Yeah. Well, if you can hear, charming lo-fi, that would be Welcome Googoo. This game was made for the Wholesome Games Jam by Team Doo-Doo-Doo-Doo. So, we got Doo-Doo-Doo-Doo that made Googoo. Which is really just quite the impressive set of syllables. And let's get into the game. Dear Diary, a new friend is moving to town. I am going to invite all villagers to a welcome party. I hope they'll like my letters. Let's see. Who should we invite? Bo. Outdoorsy. Secretly in love with Leah. Bob lives on Hat. Chuck. Soft inside. Very picky about their outfit. Will not rest until they get their revenge. Okay. Zorg Zuga. Big weirdo. No one understands what they say. Just weird. Poco. Impulsive. Codes with hammers. Likes to hit on stuff. And people. Leah. Nerdy, but cool. Avant-garde fashion tastes. Only eats apples. I think I'd like to start it by inviting Zorg Zuga. Oh, look at that little fella. Look at them. Look at you. Okay, Zorgzuga. Woogs with Zorgzuga. Zorg. Come. Fun. With Googoo. People. See. No. Lot of people. See. Zoo. Thank you. Done. Ooh. Froggy chair. Milk. Legally distinct ground creature. Huts. Dot. Music. Duck. Done. Yes. Okay, who next? Bo, Chuck, Pogo, or Leah? I feel like Chuck. Chuck is... I love them! I think I'm in love. Chuck is soft inside, very picky about their outfit, and will not rest until they get their revenge. Let's see. XO. Come. Please. Thank you. No. Come. Come to see people, please. Thank you. Costume welcome. XOXO. Muscle. Video game. Art. Invasion duck. Cowboy. Music. Stars. Duck. Music. Dot. Muscle. Beautiful. Yes. I love you, Chuck. Leah. Leah is nerdy but cool, has avant-garde fashion tastes, and only eats apples. Leah has unique tastes. Let's see. Leah! Party with Bo. Invited. Play games. Play apple pie. Play games. Drink apple pie. Love! No. Leah? Party with Bo invited. Play games. Drink apple pie. Love! Flower. Apple. Actual stamp. Gone. A friend or dear friend. Sticker. Yes, this is so okay. Bo. Bo is outdoorsy. Secretly in love with Leah. And Bob lives on hat. Bo, come. Bo. Invited. Welcome. Come and drink balloons. XOXOXOXO. I think Bo would like so many dots. And Bob. Definitely Bob. And milk. I like milk. And hammers. And mussels. And flowers. I love you, Bo. Yes. Poco. Poco is impulsive. Codes with hammers. Likes to hit on stuff. And people. Let's see. Love you, Poco. Come play drums. Drink music. Thank you. XOXO. Balloons. Balloons. Stamp. Stamp. Froggy chair. Froggy chair. Heart. Heart. Duck. Music. Boots. Video games. Yes. I'm done. To Bo. Bo invited, welcome. Come and drink balloons. XOXOXOXO. Come to see people, please? Thank you. Custom welcome. Love you, Poco. Come play drums, drink music. Thank you. Wow, can't wait. Thanks so much. Zorg, come fun with Googoo. To Leah. Leah, party with Bo invited. Play games. Drink apple pie. Love. Oh, welcome to town, Googoo. We're so glad you moved in. We love you, Googoo. Love you, Googoo. And I guess that's the end of it. I don't think there's even like a quit button. I don't think I can leave. I think I'm stuck here at Googoo's welcome forever. I can't leave. You know, it's not such a bad state to be in. I think I love Googoo too much to ever leave. Well, actually, I will, tab out and such. Goodbye, Googoo. Let's see what's next. We have... Another one fights the dust. Let's see how this plays. Alright. Can y'all see and hear this? This is Another One Fights the Dust by Sloth Motion. Perfect, perfect. Get into the game. To do. Put away items. Remove the dirt. Throw away trash. Let's start with the... No, we should put away items. We should throw away the trash first. Trash goes first. I think this is... No, that's a toothbrush. That's plastic. This is paper. This is organic. I don't know. Are Q-tips paper or plastic? I don't even know. think they're paper. The ones I use. I guess they're plastic. And then we put things away. You go away, and you go away, and you go away. And you go away, and you go away. And you, and you, and you, and you, and you. We are going to have such a clean bathroom. So clean. It's going to be... You've never seen a bathroom as clean as this. This is gonna be groundbreaking in the world of cleanliness. Like, this will change your life. It's so clean. Now, we dust. I think. I'm trying to dust. I think it's working. I think it's working. It's so clean I will die of dust inhalation. This is what happens when I try to clean things, mostly. I don't know what I need to wipe up and what I need to sweep. What I need to dust up. I mean, I don't think you usually get a lot of dust in bathrooms. Like, I mean, you get dust, but, like, not a lot of dust. Like, not this much dust. What did you do to your washer, man? What did your washer do to deserve this? Also, I hope you have more than one rag, because you can't just clean off the shit on your shower and then use that to wipe up your floor. That's gross. It's gross, man. Don't do that. Swipe. Cleanliness achieved. Now, I'm not exactly much of a neat freak in real life, unfortunately. I'm not a slob that much. Not that much of a slob. Just a little bit of one. Just a little bit. But I don't know how you let it get to quite this point. Okay. Oh, the windows! I didn't even notice that the windows were disgusting and awful. And the toilet. I thought that was marble. You're telling me it's icky? Okay. Okay, I guess we win. Put things away. I suppose I don't know if you should put things away before you throw out the trash, or if you should throw out the trash before you put things away. Like I said, I'm not the cleanliest of people. I keep things to a certain standard, and that standard is mediocrity. But really, who hasn't lived and loved a little mediocrity in their life? But I feel for the person in this house, man. I mean, I know what it's like to be miserable and depressed and incapable of cleaning up after yourself. Bad state to be in. But also, like, your anime girl poster. It's so dirty. You should at least keep things clean for your waifu. Like, how could you do this to her? She's just mildewing over there. And your toaster is on the floor. Pick up your toaster, man. Oh, well, what do I miss? This glass. No. Oh, the poster, yeah. No, what am I missing? I don't suppose I can open anything, can I? None of these look like possessions. Oh, I guess there's a mug hiding behind there. How about we throw away the trash? You are paper. You are plastic. You are waste. You are bottles. Aha, bottles. Organics. I gotta say thank you to my parents for teaching me to recycle from a young age, because otherwise I might be a little lost. And then we wipe. Or not, I guess. You don't dust up. Come on. I know you got it in you. I know you can be clean. You know you can be clean too. Just believe in yourself. Just believe. Okay, I guess that has to be dusted. There's a very subtle sound when you clean items with the rag. It some of these items do not make the sound. And it's a little disorienting. I'm not sure if I should actually be cleaning them with the rag. But either way, I am sure that the owner of this establishment should have worked on this a while ago. Should have gotten to work dealing with this situation. Gotten help. I know how hard it is, but darling, this is disgusting. And it's not coming off. Darling, nobody wants to scrub down your greasy-ass cabinets for 5 whole minutes. Least of all me. Video games are about escapism, right? This is real escapist moments. I swear, I swear. We are dignified, we are calm, we are dust busting in a reasonable manner. We are not confused and displeased as to why the puddle of bacon grease on the floor is dust, apparently. Or why the footsteps are okay. Now we're in the next place. Oh, this looks even worse. I mean, friend. I'm not sure if you're a human or a spider. Okay, let's get rid of your trash. This giant-ass leaf. And seriously, man. You gotta do better for your own sake. This is miserable. How and where did you manage to get footprints under your bed? Under your bed. How'd you do that? I'd like answers that are not forthcoming. I'd also, there we go. Paper. I might be the Queen of Oblivious, but I'm not seeing anything else. That's a mouse. Now that I understand how you can get. That's prone to escaping, at least my own mouse is. Goodbye cat picture, goodbye cat picture, goodbye cat picture, goodbye cat picture, goodbye cat picture. Goodbye. Well, at least you have a pair of shoes. You know, small mercies. Some people can't even find both shoes in a pair. I know I can't. My shoes go missing all the time. Why are you putting, even when I've lived in, the worst, what I've been doing not great in my living space has been shitty, I've at least tried to avoid putting my poor innocent webkins just on the dust. Just rubbing their faces in it. These guys can't defend themselves. Okay. What possessions are you hiding from me? And here's the last bit of paper. And now we just... Seriously, how do you manage to get footprints, in these 3 specific spots and nowhere else? What kind of feet do you have? Are they very large feet? Very small feet? What kind of freaky-ass feet do you have? Clean. I mean, I was a little unsure about this game. I got one room in, and it's this is not the most compelling experience I've ever played. But now I'm just playing because I feel bad for this poor fictional asshole who can't wipe their windows down until they get spiders. Yeah, apparently it's teleporting feet, I guess. That's the only thing I could think of. Anyway, clean your windows before spiders take up residence. It's not good for you. It's really bad for your health, I think, probably. Or at least your peace of mind. Okay. And what, is the TV disgusting too? Let me guess, it's the TV. Oh, is it the window? Are we done? And we're done. Hey! You asshole! I will have you guys know, my room is clean as hell. Clean as all get out. It is not dirty right now, so I resent this. I mean, it's true, but I resent it. Alright, goodbye. Another one fights the dust. That was an experience I won't soon forget. And now we will be starting Hotpot Panic. Next game, this is Hotpot Panic by, let me go check while it loads. This one is very aesthetically oriented. This is Hotpot Panic by Kinui. And let's just... Okay, there does not seem to be audio. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. Hopefully it's intentional. You are hungry. Your friend has invited you to the best hot pot place in town. And the best part is, it's all you can eat. You're ready to cook and eat up a storm. But your friend is here and you don't want to seem rude. Can you get your fill without alienating her? How to play. Welcome to the all-you-can-eat hot pot bonanza. Click on food to cook it, then eat to fill up. When you finish all your food, click the refill button for more. You're not alone. Make sure to keep up a conversation, or your meal might end before it begins. Click on food to place it in the hot pot. When it's gold and sparkly, it's done. Careful not to overcook. Overcooked food is no good. It won't fill your belly. Every once in a while, you'll have to say something to keep the conversation going. Keep an eye on what your friend is saying, because you're going to have to respond to her comments. Make sure you finish your meal before you run out of topics of conversation. Things will get very awkward if you run out of things to say. Listen to that jazzy-ass beat. A little bit of everything. So what are you up to lately, honey? Say something to keep the conversation going. Don't want it to look like I'm too focused on the food. Excuse me, one moment, Should I talk about though? Heard any funny stories? Well, something funny did happen the other day. So anyway. God, I saw someone who looked just like you did. So funny. Huh, wacky. That is strange, you're right. My meat. Isn't that just hilarious? That was my twin! God damn it, you ruined my meat, lady! Delicious. Okay. Darling, we may be friends, but, my meat. Anything new going on with you? It's where to begin, so much. So, anyway. I think my dog is stupid or deaf. He never listens to me. That's just... Well, what do you think? He's a good boy. Yeah, I don't care how stupid you think he is. He's a good boy. Say something to keep the conversation going. More meat. Give me all of the meat. So, what do you think of, stuff? How's stuff been going lately, honey? I love this place. How do you like the food here? Give me just 1 second. My meat is cooking. So anyway... Oh, sorry. Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's so good I want to eat it before it, all goes to shit. Please. Please, just let me eat. Just let me eat, honey. Don't want it to look like I'm too focused on the food. talk about, though? Anything new going on with you? Give me more food. Get me more food. More. So anyway. Tell me more. Well, I have to go to the dentist tomorrow, eh? Ugh, I hate the dentist. That'll be rough. Almost full. I'm almost full. So close. But what about my tofu? So, what do you think of stuff? I'm so close. I'm so close to full. I'm so close to sating my endless hunger. I haven't seen them in a good while. How is your family doing? They're doing okay. Yes, I'm going to. They're good. Meat. Mushroom. Tofu. More, please. I hope she doesn't notice how much I'm eating, because I think that would be alarming to most people. So, how are you? Heard any funny stories? Fascinating. That's just amazing. So anyway, guy drove the thing into a dumpster. It was good. We should come back again. I ate 47 pieces of meat. I've never been so satisfied in my life. Okay, I think it's probably time to lose, unfortunately. I mean, I could keep playing, but it's best to give a good showcase of a whole variety. Meat. Meat cooks so fast! So what do you think of stuff? So I had to give tofu dogs a try. Honestly, I kind of like them now. How would you want them cooked? I don't know. All tofu'd up, I guess. Ma'am, you are really effusive with your arms. It's kind of weird. Hotpot, obviously. Don't bring extra food to the restaurant. I think that's terrible. Like legitimately terrible etiquette. But that was Hotpot Panic. I could play for like an hour, but I don't think I want to tonight. Let's see, what shall we play next? This is A Normal Lost Phone by Dear Villagers. Welcome to A Normal Lost Phone. Interesting. Oh my. Cawthron Mirath saxophone. New number, now you have my new phone, Sam. Cool, we need to get together for food sometime. Camilla board games, Nico, Anne board games, Max, cello, Lola board games, Lulu book club, Helen school, Harry book club, Sebastian school, Warren, Uli Wong, Mr. Boy, Alice board games, I'm at school. Well, to get to know you. That could be dangerous for the world. Rachel, school, Hugo, board games, Teo, Bibi, school, Mom, Miss DuPont, Noah, school, David, Thomas, board games, Fabrina Petrova, Esteban, board games, Chloe, board games, Leo, accordion. I mean, he does have one. Aunt Estelle, Tim Nonenmoff. Oh goodness, this is rather loud. This is too loud. Much better. Much better. So, 12. equals 12. Calendar. Dentist appointment. Movie with Alice. My 18th birthday party. 8 p.m. on the 31st of January, 2016. It's been a while since 2016. This looks like board game group. This is flat. This is random guy. That looks like... trash. Messages. Work. I'm unfortunately not good at puzzles, and I'm fairly sure this is a puzzle, so... Sam else thing. Oh gosh. Yeah, this is definitely love to dive into that, but I think that's going to need a dedicated stream. That was a normal lost phone, which I think will probably end up taking a lot longer than I want to devote to it tonight. Next we have Tiny Town Mail by... if I can find it. Now you all will have to tell me if this one is visible, because there were a couple that I had a hard time making show up. Don't suppose you all can see anything? Because I don't think... it's a shame, I was hoping to play this one, but that seems like it will be another game for another time as well. Instead, let's go try... what do we have here? A Mortician's Tale. Yep, that's unfortunate. Not unexpected, but unfortunate. This is a Mortician's Tale by... Laundry Bear Games. I do hope this one is visible. Barring any evidence to the contrary, I'm going to assume that you can, in fact, both see and hear a Mortician's Tale, and we will be starting a new game. September 14th, 10:15 a.m. Ooh, look at us. We're cute. We're just a cute little lady with tattoos. Hello and welcome to our new funeral director, from Matthew Jeffrey to Charlie. Welcome, Charlie. Nice to meet you. My name's Matthew. I'm mainly going to be the man who delivers the bodies to you and helps with some of the more heavy lifting. Ever hear that joke about a hearse driver? I'll tell it to you when I come by in a bit. Looking forward to working together. I think you'll enjoy working here. Amy is a sweetheart, but she runs a tight ship. Nothing you can't handle, I'm sure. She wouldn't have hired you otherwise. Cheers and good luck. Matthew J., Funeral Director, Rose and Daughters Funeral Home. Hello, everyone. From Amy Rose. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our new funeral director, Charlotte, or Charlie, as she told me she likes to be referred to. Charlie is a recent grad who came highly recommended and is eager to begin her career here with us at Rose and Daughters Funeral Home. Please take the time to make Charlie feel at home within our little family. We'll have a nice catered lunch this afternoon so we can all get to know each other a little better as well. Sincerely, Amy Rose. It's probably best in your office preparation room. You'll find your cremation station, cremulator station, embalming station, and obviously, since you're reading this email, desk and computer area. I know you have experience working these stations, but please let me know if you have any questions. From Jen Love to Charlie. I guess that my subject lines to you should start being more professional now. Now that we are business professionals. I can't wait to get your reply so that I can see your fancy new email signature. I love that you were able to land this gig straight after graduating. It sounds super cool. I didn't even know mom and pop funeral homes were a thing until now. I guess it's just not something I really think about that much. I should look more into this, learn more about your world and industry because, as I said, you are now a very serious professional. Speaking of being a professional, my museum gig is amazing. I can't believe someone paid me to move to London, and not London, Ontario, serial killer capital of Canada, to work in a museum. Like, take that, everybody who said I couldn't get a job with an art history degree. I'll tell you more about it when we Skype. My stories require you to see my face, and that you hear my excellent British accent impersonation. Also, I signed you up for a funeral's monthly newsletter. Consider it your graduation gift / I love you / I'm super proud of you gift. Love you, love you, love you. Jen L. Heart. Okay. Monthly. Don't be on your cell phone. Don't be loud and obnoxious. Don't get drunk. Happily reminisce. Give condolences. Dress appropriately. Give a gift or sign the registration book. From Amy Rose to Charlie. If you settled in okay so far, Matthew should have dropped off your first body for you to work on. Your first body is Miss Garcia, an elderly woman who died suddenly of a heart attack. The family has asked for a closed casket funeral, so no embalming or body preparation is necessary. The family seems a little bit more united than previous families we've dealt with. Strange how grief affects people differently. Perhaps having more time to say goodbye makes things a little bit easier, if that's possible. That said, although you will not be embalming Mrs. Garcia, I do think it's important to take the time to clean her body. No one is going to see her body, but I'd like to encourage my funeral directors to do this out of respect for the deceased and their loved ones. You'll find Mrs. Garcia in the prep room. Already, special requests for my mother's funeral. From Mia Garcia. We're happy to be with Rose and Daughters for my mother's funeral. We understand that there are usually procedures that must be followed in these situations, but if you could kindly not embalm my mother, that would be greatly appreciated, and we will proceed with a closed casket for the service. I just know she wouldn't have wanted her death to have any negative impact on the environment. And since she fought so hard to beat her heart disease and to live healthily, it would be a shame to have her final moments be counted for the way she lives. Best, Mia. Okay, I'll get right to it. Say hi to Mrs. Garcia. This is the prep room, where you will prepare bodies for burials and viewings. Because the family has requested a closed casket ceremony with no embalming, you are just going to clean the body. Click on the sponge and drag it over the body to clean it. Ooh, that's a gross sound effect. Squidge, squidge, squidge. That's it, you're done. Mrs. Garcia will be sent to Mike, who will take care of dressing and putting her in the casket. It's time to go to Mrs. Garcia's funeral. You are responsible for taking care of the deceased's body, but it's also important to pay your respects to their loved ones. Follow the arrows to head to the funeral parlor. A lot of reading so far. let's just head out of here. Aren't I dressed up all nice? Hello? Who are you? She would have hated these paintings. She was so particular. Yeah, at least she doesn't have to see them, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Well, I'm sorry that she would have hated the paintings that we hung up in our funeral parlor. Sorry. Yes, I heard the family specifically said no embalming. I thought it was mandatory, like, required by law, but I guess not. Embalming weirds me out. Those chemicals leach into the ground. Seems strange to be using a chemical that is known to cause cancer, putting it into the ground like that. Or into the sewer. That's what they must do with the leftover formaldehyde, right? Just pour it down the drain? At least embalming guarantees you won't be buried alive. Stop it, don't make me laugh right now. Hey kiddo, are you okay? Mommy, I'm hungry. When can we go? Poor kiddo. It's hard to be. Cora, kill him! Cora, we have... Rascal, we have a bot! Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! Just going to, options. Bam! Get out of here. Alright, for the best. Let's get back to the game. I hate wearing pantyhose. My legs are so itchy. But it's always so cold in these funeral homes. I think I might actually miss those sweaters she used to knit for me now. Oh. I don't usually small talk a lot of these things. At least that's what I was always taught. Let's just give her a moment of respect for somebody who's gone now. Even if it is only fiction. Okay, it sounds like I have many emails. Quit emailing me. Okay. From Jennifer Valentine. I am so frustrated right now. Okay, so, let me explain this in a bit more detail. A colleague and I were discussing the tight lacer's liver. Specimen we have here at the museum. It's from a woman who died in 1907. And the liver is tapered inward from what the doctor leading the autopsy believed was too tight lacing on her corset. It's fascinating because it's kind of a controversial topic. Tight lacing is super popular, and while people associated with fainting or hysteria sigh, it's actually been associated with visceroptosis, which is when the organs fall to the lower part of the abdomen, right? Which is super unsettling. It can also be caused by being pregnant, so... TLDR, of course it's probably messed up some bones, but likely didn't do this kind of internal organ damage. I'm tired of the condescension about my wardrobe that also implies I don't know what I'm doing. These are the kind of things I specifically research, and yet am treated like I know nothing about. I'm having a day, Charlie. Oh, honey. Can I rant for just a sec? So tired of hearing strangers, colleagues, anybody cough, male co-workers cough. Get on my case for wearing corsets. I wear them under my blazer and over a nice blouse, so it's not like I'm dressing inappropriately, even though dress codes are such sexist bullshit anyways. Like, I hate how the misogyny gets veiled in faux concern. Jen, I'm just worried you're damaging your body. You know what corsets do to livers, right? Corsets don't do anything to livers. They're definitely not hurting me as much as your condescension is hurting my head. Ugh. Sorry, I'm out of sorts right now. I'll send you another email in a little bit when I've cooled off a bit. Yeah, I'd be pretty infuriated by that too. And yeah, if y'all didn't know, corsets are not unhealthy in that way. Corsets are overall pretty safe. What to wear when you're attending a funeral from a different culture? Do you know? Oh, the black goes back to the days of the Roman Empire. In Hinduism and in Chinese cultures, white is the color for funerals. In Islam, the color doesn't matter, but what matters is how modestly you're dressed. For Sikh funerals, color also isn't as important compared to dressing modestly and being able to sit appropriately cross-legged. Overall, being respectful is the #1 rule for any funeral. Hey there, Charlie. I was driving around the other day, taking our clients on their last trip around town. I was thinking, strange, I know. Did I ever tell you the first time I went to a funeral? I was a teenager, about to start university, and a friend of mine was killed. In a car accident, totally out of the blue. Really tragic stuff. Messed me and my friends up real good. But, so, the big day. We all got into our best suits and dresses and packed ourselves into a few cars. There were a lot of us, so we had at least 3 different cars full of us, like clown cars, While we were in the procession going to the cemetery, somebody in our car got a phone call from a friend in a different car. Turns out some asshat driver who didn't know not to get in the way of the procession drove through the intersection and smashed right into our friend's car. Nobody was hurt, thank God, but can you imagine getting that call? Anyways, one of my friends in the same car as me, the one who got the phone call, hung up and started laughing. Just laughing her ass off in that way that makes you not sure if they're really just crying or if they've gone fully off the deep end. She laughed, and then we all started giggling, because, go figure. Life is messed up sometimes, There's no moral, no point to that story, I guess. I just remember that story and wanted to tell you. Because we work with death all the time, and I still sometimes get caught off guard by what that actually means. Oh, before you get any ideas, that has nothing to do with why I became a funeral director. That decision came totally later and is nothing unremarkable. Somebody has to do it, and I have a strong stomach, so why not? See you in a bit, Charlie. Thanks, Matt. Oh. Hi, Amy. Please pass along our deepest thanks to you and your staff for the wonderful job they did with our mother's funeral. It was really lovely. Our family so rarely gets together. It was nice seeing everyone come out for such a beautiful service. My son never gets to see his family. Also, it was incredibly kind of you to let us bring our own food in. Getting to share home-cooked meals, sharing stories, being there together, it meant a lot. So what I'm saying is, it was nice for everyone to be there like that, together in that way. And I know how much of that was due to the work of your staff, especially your funeral director. Thank you for making this difficult time easier for all of us. Best, Mia. Here are the instructions for your next body. You did a remarkable job on the first one. The family was very happy with you. No small feat, of course. Pleasing a grieving family isn't exactly the most comfortable of jobs. Your next job is a man named Mr. Duval, an elderly man who died of old age. Nothing fancy, just a standard funeral with embalming. You can reach out to his daughter Lizzie Duval if you have any questions. She's handling her father's passing as well as can be expected. Best, don't hesitate to ask me any questions. P.S. Charlie, dear, please remember to wear proper embalming gear. Formaldehyde is extremely dangerous. I know I don't need to tell you, but my maternal instincts are hard to ignore. Promise I won't mother you too much. Well, just a little. Ask Matthew, he knows. I'll get right on it. Alright, Mr. Duval, let's say hello. If I can get over there. Traditional burials typically require embalming, which preserves the body and prevents it from decomposing as quickly. Unless the family requests otherwise, all traditional burials will use embalming. Start by cleaning the body. I haven't been to a funeral in a while, but I think the last one that I attended was the funeral of my great on the razor and drag it over the body to shave it. My great aunt. There might have been another great in there, I'm not really sure, but in order to break rigor mortis, you'll have to massage the body. Click and drag over the body to massage it. It was The eyeballs deflate once the body starts decomposing. Click and drag an eye cap into each socket to give it shape. Keep the eyes shut, you'll need to glue them. Click and drag the glue onto each eye to shut it. The mouth sags and hollows once the body starts decomposing. Click and drag a cotton ball into the mouth to give it shape. To keep the mouth from opening, you'll need to suture it shut. Click and drag the needle and thread over the jaw to close it. Click and drag the lotion over the body to moisturize it. This prevents the skin from drying out. Embalming involves removing blood and replacing it with preserving chemicals. Click and drag the scalpel over the neck to make an incision. Going to need a tube for draining the blood. Click on the tube and drag it to the neck incision. Click on the cannula and drag it onto the carotid artery. This is how you'll get the preserving chemicals in the bloodstream. Now you need to collect some additional tubing, drag it to the cannula. On the button on the embalming machine to turn it on. In order to evenly distribute the chemicals, you'll have to massage the body. Did not realize quite how in-depth this game got. This may definitely be a little disturbing or distressing for some people, and I apologize for not having made that warning beforehand. I did not realize. Now let's sew up that incision. Almost done, you'll need to drain the organs. Click on the trocar. And drain the organs. Yeah, who knew an indie game was complicated and covered dark subjects? You're done. Mark will take care of Mr. Duval's makeup, as well as dressing him and putting him in his casket. Time to attend the funeral. Not just complex, but also covers dark subjects, also has complicated themes. You know, who knew? Came out of nowhere. I mean, it always sort of does, doesn't it? Yeah, one minute you're laughing, having fun, and the next, poof, that person is gone. Just, like, gone. Yeah, it's weird to think about it too long. Like staring at the sun. I start to feel all fuzzy when I think about it. Don't stare at the sun. It's weird. Our bodies just stop working like that. Yeah. It is weird, but don't stare at the sun. Like, please don't stare at the sun. So strange not seeing most people wearing white. White? Yeah, it's different for different family members. I can't remember, I haven't gone to many traditional funerals. So mostly white, but like, definitely not red. No matter what. He always wanted to take his grandkid to the park, play catch. He loved playing catch. Threw a mean curveball, that's for sure. Hey kiddo, how's your game going? Humming to himself. Hope you're enjoying your game, kiddo. I don't think I'd want a game standing right there, but you do you, I guess. Anyway, the last funeral I really attended was my great-great-grandmother's. A little while after COVID, after all that sort of thing finished. And it wasn't unexpected. She was in her 90s. Today's funeral is for a woman who died from breast cancer. Nothing fancy, just a standard cremation. Please don't hesitate to ask me if you have any questions. Hi, Amy. Thank you for the wonderful evening you and your staff put together for my father's funeral. He wasn't always an easy man to get along with, but I'm glad to have seen him off in such a kind way. Thank you, Lizzie. Meet cutes for death-positive cuties. Charlie, with drinks and waiting, I know you hate when I try to give you dating advice, but hear me out. There's this dating site that's specifically for people working in the death industry. Okay, so maybe I'm a little worried for you. You haven't mentioned anybody new since the breakup of 2014 that we will never speak of again after this moment. But you're always saying how tired you get of people being scared to ask about your day. So maybe meeting somebody in the industry isn't the worst idea? Just promise me you'll consider it, okay? It's harder for me to make sure you're seeing sunlight when I'm all the way across the ocean. I know you look like a babe with pale skin and the witchy goth aesthetics are super hot right now, but vitamin D is still a good thing. Can confirm I have chronically low vitamin D. Mom went over. I'm gonna try it out because turns out people get super scared off when you tell them you work in a museum filled with dead bodies. Do you know how not interesting other people find teratomas? Charlie, I didn't know we were this weird to outside people. I've been spoiled by having a best friend who's as much of a weirdo as I am. Miss you. Let's grab a bottle of wine for our next Skype date. P.S. If you sign up for Dead Meat, isn't that the best name for a death industry dating website? Tinder rules apply. You have to like me if you come across our profile or whatever. Not sure how it works just yet, though. Paycheck coming late, sorry. I don't like the looks of this, not one bit. I know you've only been with us for a few months, but maybe you're aware of the trouble Amy has been having. A smaller mom and pop shop, like Rose and Daughters, can't compete with the bigger guys. Anyway, don't tell Amy I sent this to you. Also, I'm starving, so I'm gonna grab some fast food before taking the host through the car wash. 2 birds, 1 stone, swinging back to the home. Do you want anything? A beef and cheddar? I'm gonna take the host through the drive-thru, of course. It freaks people out. I love it. They get so awkward. Hey, Matthew. This is embarrassing. It seems I miscalculated some of our income, and I don't have enough to pay you this week. Would it be terribly inconvenient if I cut you a check for next week instead? If you need the money urgently, please let me know. I feel terrible about this whole thing, and I can cut you a check from my personal account if need be. I'm so sorry about this. I assure you it won't happen again. From Funerals Monthly. LGBTQ respect. If you've been a long-time subscriber, you've no doubt heard about the misgendering that transgender people can be subjected to during their funerals. Trans women have had their wishes overruled by their families, and have had their hair cut, been buried under the wrong names, and subjected to the wrong pronouns in their obituaries. We care about this because we believe in treating every person with the same level of compassion, respect, and care. This absolutely extends to pronouns and respecting the deceased's wishes as per their lived experiences. Per the CDC Funeral Director's Handbook, enter male or female based on observation. Offers the fraught directive, enter male or female based on observation. Do not abbreviate or use other symbols. If sex cannot be determined after verification with medical records, inspection of the body, or other sources, enter unknown. Do not leave this item blank. Leaving it up to observation obviously enters into a world of issues, since bodies can be so different. And because of ingrained bias, people can draw incorrect assumptions based on their own inaccurate observations. California has passed what is known as the Respect After Death Act, which states that the death certificate must reflect the deceased's gender identity as they lived it. So, a step in the right direction. People who are trans deserve the same respect in death that people who are cis receive. Misgendering in death takes away this respect. It can also inflict hurt and trauma on spouses and friends that survive the deceased. If a funeral is to honor the deceased, then do that. Honor them. It's the Rose and Daughters site. Ooh, big numbers. For a woman who died from breast cancer. Nothing fancy, just a standard cremation. Right. Quite a number of family members have experienced breast cancer. Before we cremate Mrs. Hall, we'll need to prepare her body. It's important to remove her clothes and jewelry so that we don't damage them. Let's remove her necklace. Now we prepare the urn. This is the cremulator. Contrary to popular belief, cremation doesn't turn bodies into ash as much as bone fragments. Using the cremulator will break these bone fragments down into ash-like remains. Let's start by placing the urn in the cremulator. Can dry the bone fragments and drop. They've got physics! We've got physics! Now that all the bones have been processed, drag the urn back to the counter. Make sure to put the necklace into the urn. Then put the tag. And then lid it up. All done. Amy will take the urn to the funeral parlor and present it alongside some flowers. And out we go to pay our respects to Mrs. Hall. She would have hated this music. She never wanted her funeral to be sad. She would have wanted us smiling. She said so. I'm sorry. I wish I had planned the music. I would have made it happy. She fought really hard. She was proud of herself. She never gave up, not once. Glad she was cremated and not in an open casket or something. Seeing her like that, I don't know if I could have. This girl got to say goodbye. She would have liked that. This is nice in a weird way. She's like that we're all here, talking. She always tried to keep the family together. Food is delicious. I know that's weird, but these crab cakes are perfect. Damn, now I want crab cakes. Unfair. I'm supposed to be focusing on the grief and joy of death, not crab cakes. February 14th, 10:14 a.m. What are you doing on your phone, young lady? Oh, no. Oh. Hi, all. It is with a very heavy heart that I like to let you all know that Rose and Daughters will no longer be in business. I had no idea how to start this email, and Google said this would be the best way to break the ice. Since my father passed away, I've done my best to make Rose and Daughters warm and friendly to anyone who chose to use our services. But it's getting harder to make ends meet. Rent is going up, and I'm finding less and less that I have the energy for this business. You know the way it goes. So we've been bought, or I sold. Either way, soon, Hillside Heritage Enterprises, a company that owns many funeral homes in the city and across the country, will replace Rose and Daughters starting from the beginning of next month. Same building, same name. Keeping the name Rose and Daughters Funeral Home for tax purposes. Yeah, exactly. I shouldn't be thinking about crab cakes. Or about, pulled pork. But I'm pretty sure that's what, cremains smell like. No, honestly, I'm trying hard not to see it as a move for their part to keep up the image that it's a family-run business. They have a good reputation and have agreed to keep you all on. That was one of my stipulations. I would sell as long as you all weren't without a job. So I didn't tell you in a more personal way. I would have loved to have a company lunch, but I admittedly did not have the heart to tell you in person. This was easier for me. Please understand. Thought I would forward this to you. In situations like this, we typically connect people like Ryan with a grief counselor or other professionals who can really help them. Sometimes we get emails like this when people don't know where to turn. It's difficult, and family isn't always the most reliable for some people. Usually I would be happy to connect him, but I'm feeling a little tired today. Not my usual self. It would be good for you to start building these kinds of relationships on your own. You're a treasure, Charlie. From Ryan Garcia. Hi, Amy. I know this email might sound a bit odd, but you said if I was ever having troubles, I should reach out. You would know somebody I could talk to about all of this. I don't know what to do now. I know my grandmother had lived a full, good life and was very happy, and that she's not in any pain now, but I feel empty, Amy. I've never felt this empty before. What am I supposed to do now? I thought I was stronger than this. Can you refer me to someone to talk to? I don't want to freak out my mom right now. She's dealing with enough, with work and the will, and trying to just be the best mom she can. I just need somebody to tell me that it'll be okay. Thank you, and I'm sorry for being an inconvenience. Ryan. From Margaretta Hall. Hi, Amy. I am so eternally grateful that you were able to accommodate our requests for my sister's funeral. It was a beautiful service, and she would have been happy with it. Such a weird thing to say, isn't it? Thank you, again, from the bottom of my heart. Charlie, I've been playing a new game when things are slow at work. It's called Tales from the Crypt Sweeper. Get it? Get it? It's like Minesweeper, but way harder. Like, seriously, it's really, really difficult. I thought my Minesweeper game was on point after working that overnight front desk job at that hotel for 3 years, but I must have gotten rusty. Anyway, instead of mines, you want to avoid graves so you don't disturb the adorable ghosts. The main character also kind of looks like you. Want to start a healthy competition? High score gets to pick the restaurant we go to when next one of us is in town. Funeral Monthly. Keep on protecting Earth with green burials. Green burials are pretty cool. Going green and not using toxic chemicals for embalming helps protect funeral directors, while at the same time lessening the impact we have on the environment after we're gone. We here at Funerals Monthly think green burials are pretty cool. Ooh. I don't know what that means. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to know. Ah, that's a 4. That's a 4. I don't think this is... That's a... I am afraid I don't... Okay. That can't be a 4 then, can it? I mean, this must be a 1. This must be a 1 because it didn't clear, so there must be something there. Unless there must not be anything there. There must be something there. Unless there must not be anything there or there. But this can't be a 1. There can't be anything here, here, or here. Can't be anything here, here, or here. There must be a bomb here, but there must not be here. It'd be great if I could figure out what some of these. So let's see, if you're 1, there must be something here. I'd love to figure out what more of these symbols mean. A tutorial would be great, guys. But like a key? I'd love a key. Oh, there's a 1 there. Ooh, okay, that helps. Must be a bomb, must be a bomb, must be a bomb, must be a bomb, must be a bomb. Can't be, can't be, can't be. Can't be, can't be. Can't be. And therefore must be, and therefore can't be. Let's see, you can't be a bomb. You can't be bombs. You can't be a bomb. Okay, the 4 must be a 2. Which is really confusing, but I'm working on getting it. I'm getting it. Must be a bomb. Must not be. Must not be. So if you have to have 2, then there must be 1 there. And then you have 2, so that means... Then you have 2. Okay, let's keep going. Must not be. Must not be. Must not be. Must be, because the only potential for this, which means that these must not be. That is not how you play Minesweeper. If you've ever played Minesweeper, you gotta be slow and methodical. You have to think things through, which I know is not necessarily your strong suit, love, but, I think things through. Let's see. Must be 1 there. Means you have your 2, and you have your 2. Right, this must be... So this has to be at least a 3. I wish it had a key. I really wish it had a key. Right, you have your 2. This must be 1. So for you, this must be 1. Now you have your 2. You have your 1. So you must be a 3. You must be a 3. This has 3, so that can be cleared. And that can be cleared, but that must be a bomb. Listen, we are very alike people and very different. One of us has the heart of chaos, and the other has the heart of Calmer chaos. So you have 2, so that must be... Must be a bomb. Ooh, sorry. Just dropped something the fuck off my desk. For you to have 2, must go there. For you to have 2, must go there, and that's your 3. So you already have 2, so I can clear those. For you already have 2. You already have 1. For you to have 2, must go there. You already have 2. Oh, must be there. Well, there, nobody will ever know unless you tell them. Must be there, you have 3 now. Suppose that means that the moon must be 4. But well, no, that one can't be. That one certainly can't be. In case you're wondering, I'm actually terrible at Minesweeper, but I do kind of love it. Fuck. Oh well, quite enough now. Hi Charlie, please see the note about the pacemaker. They can be tricky. Hi Amy, you asked if there were any special instructions we wanted to pass along. Just please cremate my father. He has a pacemaker too. The doctor told me that would need to be removed. Thanks, Mariana. It's good, I'll take care of it. Which is which? I mean, that's the eternal question. The question is, which one has to temper the other in the given moment, I think. Stories came directly from the hospital, so we don't have to worry about removing valuables. The family did not give us any. But we have to remove his pacemaker. Because pacemakers are batteries, they will explode. Let's start by removing his pacemaker. Yeah, I think I'd like to skip the explosion. Thank you. And in we go. See you, Mr. Reyes. I hope you, have a good time in there, I guess? And over to the urn. Using the cremulator, we'll break his fragments down. Place the urn. Place the physics bones. Put the urn back. The tag. The cap. We'll take the urn to the funeral closet. Alright, let's go. Attend the funeral. Hello. I wonder if he ever liked me. He was nice to me, but I don't know. He never seemed like he really cared if I was there or not. Oh. Did you ever end up clearing the air with your father? No. We talked a few times, but no, not really. He sounded like a difficult man. He was stubborn. That's just it. Stubborn. What do you want to do after this? Pretty nice out. Let's change and go find a patio somewhere. Sounds good. I could really use a beer right now. Hey, did I ever tell you the time we tailgated? And off they go. I always told him to quit smoking, but of course he never listened to me, so that figures. Well, it happens. It happens to all of us eventually, one day. And there's sort of a peace in that for me. Knowing that the path that I'm walking on is the path everyone else is walking on right now, will be walking on. Knowing that we're all in this together. Thought I'd pass this along to you. Hi, Amy. I just wanted to thank you for the service the other month. And apologize if I was abrupt. It was kind of a shock for me, and I didn't feel comfortable with the whole process. He wasn't supposed to die yet. It hasn't been easy. From Jen. You hate mushrooms so much, I found the perfect thing for you. I've been thinking about death. I know, shocker, look what you've done to me. I think I want this mushroom suit. No, it's not called that, but I can't remember the name of it, and I'm writing it on my phone, so I don't feel like Googling it right now. Anyway, the idea is, it's a biodegradable suit that the deceased wears. It's made with what people call a biomix, i.e. mushrooms and other microorganisms that help to decompose bodies, neutralize toxins, and provide nutrients for the soil for plants. I think this one company even asked for its casket liners for use in green caskets. I think this is what I want. It'll be just like Hannibal. Wait, don't tell people I said that, okay? But seriously, it's pretty cool. I love all the death innovation happening. We might as well do something when you're in the ground, you know? Love you. Think about it and let me know your thoughts. I want all of your thoughts. If it's not this, then maybe I'll have my ashes made into jewelry. But seriously, I'm probably gonna do this. There's no harm in planning ahead, am I right? Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Things to not say at a funeral. At least they're no longer suffering. Nobody wants to hear it. Were they saved? Were they saved? They're with the angels now. No religious statements. It's very rude. That is really rude. Let me know how I can help. This one is tricky. You want to help, but those in mourning won't always ask for help. If you want to help, suggest specific things. For example, I'm free if you need someone to babysit the kids. Actions are better than passive statements. Cook something for them. Take them to their favorite restaurant, or buy tickets to see a movie together. I know how you feel. Even if you think you do, everyone grieves differently. Don't focus this on yourself. Empathy doesn't involve having to commiserate. Sometimes people will want to hear your experiences, but don't assume they will. Ask first. For a quicker version of this list that can be applied in any situation, don't say stuff for just the sake of saying stuff. Just say, I'm sorry, if you don't know what else to say. Okay. Charlie, I was hoping you wouldn't have to confront this situation. Yet, anyways, they're never easy. Rose and Daughters has been asked to prepare the body of a young man who took his own life. He had a will prepared and asked for a cremation, but the family has demanded a traditional burial instead. Unfortunately, he didn't make anyone his power of attorney, or didn't have any witnesses sign his living will or his advance directive regarding those wishes. So his family is legally in the right to do whatever they want with his body. It's unfortunate, but we have to do as his family wishes. Matthew has graciously offered to take this on if you're uncomfortable with the subject. Instead, we have a second body you can prepare. The funeral we're hosting later in the afternoon. Charlie, is the suicide something you're comfortable dealing with? Let me know. I'm here if you need me. From Manuel Scott. Good day, Miss Rose. Disregard our son's will as it concerns matters of his burial. He was, clearly, not thinking right and didn't know what he really wanted. Proceed with an open casket funeral. That makes me mad. That makes me mad, but someone can at least look after the poor person with respect in their last moments. Because wow. They've asked for an open casket funeral. But wow, what a way to not care about what your child, the person who you ostensibly care about, wanted. What a way to just not. Suffice it to say, I do not approve of disregarding a person's wishes for their death and the aftermath. I do not think it is appropriate to ever. I mean, I guess if you knew the person, if they were someone you feel like but so very much, a person will always have known their wishes better than you, and it is very, very important. I consider it a vital part of embracing human dignity, to see that people's final wishes for themselves are carried out. and this young man should have been cremated. I would stand by that to the end of my days. I don't, as much as funerals are for the living and not the dead, he made a choice, and though included in that choice was ending his own life, his wishes should still be heard and respected. Hold on, Mike will take care of Mr. Scott. So, I don't suppose I can kick his parents in the balls. Because I'd like to kick his parents in the balls. I mean, just, wow. I understand that it's a terrible, terrible thing. I still can't believe he did it. I feel like I should have known, you know, been able to do something to stop it. There's no way to know. You can't blame yourself. He wouldn't have wanted that. I know. It's just, it hurts. Yeah, I know. Quiet sobs. I wish we were closer. Wow, I still can't believe this is real. My baby brother. Should have played more games with him when he asked. I heard it wasn't going to be open casket. I'm surprised it's public. Usually funerals for these circumstances are more private. He did not want it to be open casket. It should not have been open casket. So, it should not. His family should not have gone against his wishes. He was the person who wrote those wishes, and the fact that he did not actually authenticate them does not mean that his wishes should be disregarded or that he was not in his right mind. From Chad Grant. We are pleased to bring on Rose and Daughters as part of Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. There will be another institution amongst hundreds of other properties. As part of the adjustment to the Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. culture, there will be a number of changes. We will send out the memo regarding the specifics and details of these changes, and we expect them to be followed impeccably. From Matt. And to say, first off, this is bullcrap. Knowing how these... Yeah, this is quite a big game. This is larger than I thought. Knowing how these corporations run, I wouldn't be surprised if they're monitoring our emails now. No, okay, I don't really believe that. I believe that. I'm just upset. I get that Amy didn't have much of a choice. You can only fight a huge corporation taking all of your business for so long. This isn't 6 feet under. They just swooped in, and now we have to deal with their bullshit practices. They're colder than the corpse I picked up from the morgue this morning. Who charges this much for funerals? It feels dirty and exploitative. Grab a drink after work, and you blow off some steam, and emails aren't really the most appropriate place to do this. Too late for me, I guess. P.S. If you're reading this, Hillside Overlord. Good. It's a pretty big game, and it's... Payment plans available. How much? Oh, I don't like it if there's payment plans. That's a lot of money. From Jen. Can't really write much right now. I have a lot of work to do. I have to do with an inguinal hernia from 1750. It's the oldest of our collection. You could even see this bit of paper the surgeon put in after removing the hernia. Super cool. I'll send you the link when you have it cataloged. What is my life? What is that sentence I just typed? But anyway, this event I'm forwarding to you is taking place near you. Figured you'd be into it. Might help with that feeling of restlessness you were talking about before. Could be good to talk about some of the things you're feeling. Lots of death-positive people there. Sounds like it'll be a safe space. Yeah, I was thinking of playing more games, but honestly, I am really caught up in this by now. And I'm finding this very emotional. From Death Cafe. Come, increase awareness of death with a view to helping people make the most of their finite lives. Join us, have a tea and cake, and talk with others about our thoughts, fears, and illuminations on death. The founder of the Death Cafe movement, John Underwood, once said, "When people talk about death and dying, it tends to illustrate their humanity. See everyone at the Upside Down Jar next Thursday." Funerals monthly. In Judaism, interment usually begins immediately after someone's passed. Up until burial, the body is never supposed to be alone, so often families will appoint a shomer, a guardian, to remain with the body. Preparations for burial begin as soon as possible in Muslim traditions, too. Local Islamic community organizations are often involved and help the family make arrangements for the funeral service and burial. Not all practices are strictly religious. In the aughts in South Korea, the amount of graveyard space began to shrink drastically, causing a law to be passed that required families to remove a loved one's body from its burial place after 60 years. Many families began to cremate more often. There were also companies that compressed cremains into beads in turquoise, pink, or black, called death beads. This also occurs in North America, Europe, and Japan, but remains much more common in South Korea because of the space issue and the expense of cremation. And not all practices are somber either. Ever hear of the turning of the bones, or Famadihana, a ritual by the Malagasy people of Madagascar? Famadihana has families return to an ancestral crypt, exhume the bodies wrapped in cloth, before dancing with the bodies to lively music. This practice is a celebration, remembrance, and a way of keeping the deceased involved in family news. Death can be a difficult time for many people, obviously, but that doesn't mean there isn't a beauty in the ways we choose to honor and celebrate our deceased. Below the details for our next client. Ensure you follow the requested specifications exactly. After you are done, I will review your work in order to properly evaluate you at the end of the month. I think I hate Chad. Thank you, Mr. Grant, for agreeing to take care of Jocelyn's cremation. The bike accident was, well, it was more than I was expecting. I know she wanted to be cremated. To be honest, I don't think I'd be seeing her like that after what happened. Oh, I need to respond to the email. A number of members of my family have experience with death positivity. My mother has worked in hospice and is a death doula, for example. Miss Ionesco is all set to be cremated now. And it's always something that I found fascinating in a sad, morbid, lonely kind of way. And in a beautiful sort of way. Because, I mean, like I said earlier, we're all going eventually. Like, you can't stop that part. But there's a lot you can do to treat someone with respect during the dying process and after their death, before their death, while they are dying. And it takes a very strong kind of person to be able to do that, to be able to sit with someone as they're dying and hold their hand and get to know someone knowing that they're going to pass. I can't imagine how much it affects the people who are dying, too. I am not yet actively dying. I mean, I'm passively dying, as are we all, but can we do a vigil at the spot? Careless drivers, I swear to God. Just always so careful. Wear a helmet, signal, use the bike lane. Ask for drivers, they need to pay attention. Hear what's happening to the driver? No, I haven't wanted to ask Leia. This has been hard enough on them without asking about the legal ramifications of all this. Yeah, after all this, let's see what we can do to help them. Shouldn't deal with the death of their partner all by themselves. To go all through all of her things. How am I supposed to decide what to keep? Need help, I can help. I mean, thanks, no, I don't know. It's so intimate. Feels like I should do it myself. She would kill me if others saw the things we have. Yeah. She was kind of a closed book. Except to you. Yeah, she was special. So glad it was a cremation. I would have lost it, seeing her body. Just kind of walk right through those people talking. That's very polite of you. Glad I was here, but wow, I just need a glass of wine to binge watch something right now. Yeah, I can see it, Can't blame you. As someone who bikes, that is definitely, no matter how careful I am, wearing my helmet, signaling, staying on the sidewalk, it is very much on my mind when I bike that it's a lot more dangerous biking than being in a car, primarily because of cars. Well, you're in a lot more danger from cars. Charlie, I need a drink. Beer after work. P.S. I also really want mozzarella sticks. I can be both hungry and angry. And no, I will not say hangry, ever. Ew. Okay, we hate Chad. From Chad Grant. Hello, as stated in a previous email, here are the new rules and code of conduct I expect you to follow from now on, while on any premises belonging to Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. First and foremost, there is a required uniform and strict dress code from now on. Second, most importantly to this is that no tattoos are to be visible. If you have visible tattoos, ensure they are properly covered and hidden. When speaking with customers and clients, consider the opportunity to upsell, i.e., always encourage the deceased loved ones to purchase the higher quality package. We find that encouraging loved ones to think of the comfort and style of the deceased as an experience with no price limit on it. Additionally, food is no longer to be brought in. Instead, encourage the deceased loved ones to purchase our premium sandwich and appetizer food package. Our partner catering concept provides high-quality food that will be delivered weekly from their factory and can be easily defrosted the morning of the funeral. I expect all of the above changes to be instituted effective immediately to ensure a smooth transition to the high-quality services Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. is known for. Green Burial Policy. Hello, Charlotte. My name is Charlie. I have reviewed your request on behalf of a potential family, inquiring if we at Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. can and will perform green burials. I should have informed you of this in the beginning, but we do not perform green funerals as they are not cost-effective. Yeah, mozzarella sticks sound good, but what sounds better is sticking Chad in the cremator. All employees and subsidiaries of Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. must comply. We do not wish to lose potential customers, though, so do try to do your hardest to convince the families requesting green burials to instead choose a traditional burial package, complete with embalming, caskets, and vaults instead. I trust you will ensure we do not lose any customers, Charlotte. From Jen. I just saw a video of a gorilla walking on its hind legs. Like a human being, Charlie. A human being. We, as a species, have seen the beginning of our end. Why do we do funeral homes? Wasn't that long ago that we were taking care of our own deceased? But nowadays, people are quick to pass off their loved ones to a funeral home. Most families aren't given the option and assume this is mandatory. Funeral homes will almost always prepare the deceased using embalming and other methods to make them appear more alive. But isn't this process counterintuitive to the grieving process? Being around the deceased allows the bereaved to spend a longer period of time with their loved one's body, which can help them mourn, or give opportunities to family members and friends to see the deceased one last time before they are taken to be buried or cremated. The idea of keeping the deceased body at home might sound gross, but it's important to understand that decomposition takes a long time, and you can further slow this process by keeping your home cool and dry. To be around your loved ones and to see them decay naturally is an important part of the grieving process. Home funerals aren't just more intimate, but they are more economical. A traditional funeral, complete with body preparation, services, flowers, cards, and many other hidden costs and fees, can cost upwards of $10,000. Too much money. When you're able to take care of your loved one yourself, to wash them and dress them, and to organize their viewing from home, the only cost remaining is entirely in the cremation or burial itself. However, it's important to understand that different rules apply based on what state you live in. In all states, it is legal to have your loved one's body at home after they die. In states like Alabama, Connecticut, Illinois, Indiana, Louisiana, Michigan, Nebraska, New Jersey, and New York, A funeral director's involvement is required. From signing the death certificate to overseeing burial or cremation. If this is the route you decide to go for, make sure you do everything by the book. But just know that this is an option available to you and your loved ones if you choose. I am proud to announce that Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. received a contract with the city to dispose of any unclaimed bodies. It's an important revenue stream for us. I'm sure I don't need to explain to you, Charlotte. Although Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. is being paid a decent wage from the city for these services, cremation is preferred here as it is the more cost-effective of the two options. The first unclaimed body we'll be handling belongs to a middle-aged man, possibly homeless, whose body has yet to be claimed. No special preparations are needed for this cadaver aside from cremation. I hate this guy. I hate Chad Grant so much. I don't even get to know the poor guy's name. Before we cremate, I'll need to prepare his body. It seemed to have any valuables, so let's just worry about the identification tag. Seems to be all set to be cremated now. Alright, send him in. I suppose there won't be much of a funeral, given we don't know his identification. I'm shocked that Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. would spring for an urn at all. Bone. Identification and cap. That we'll take to the funeral parlor. Someone has to attend his funeral. Even if it's just me. Someone has to remember that this guy lived and died and existed. Now, I bet their next policy change will be preventing their morticians from attending their funerals. These guys seem cold and cruel, and I hate them. Emails. Always it was the emails. I'm coming. What do you want this time, Chad Grant? Ew. Hello all, we are thrilled to announce that Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc. subsidiary Rose & Daughters just signed a contract with Morning Valley Hospital, allowing us access to all of the cadavers that come through their pediatric and maternity wards. We're excited for the opportunity to work with Morning Valley Hospital, which intakes over 100,000 patients and receives over $15 million in funding and donations annually. This will no doubt be a boon for Hillside Heritage Enterprises, Inc.'s bright and sustained future. Charlie, it's official. I put in my 2 weeks notice. You know how unhappy I am working for Mega Corporation 101. My skills, especially my driving ones, are useful in other professions. I'm not worried about myself. But you I am worried about. You're too good for this corporate scum. You actually care about the people you work with and for. Don't let them defeat you, okay? From Jen. Dating a special effects makeup artist, and she is like the coolest person I've ever met in my life. She totally loves Ava's possession and was equally freaked out by the possession scenes, but so utterly delighted at the idea of a support group for people who've been possessed. That was your best recommendation in a while, Charlie. You were slipping in there. I was beginning to worry you'd lost your taste. But yeah, her name is Lily, and she's super death positive, and she isn't freaked out by my work, and also isn't too into it like the last dude I saw. Jason, Michael, I can't remember. I just really like spending time around her. I can talk about whatever I want. It's never a conversation stopper. She also totally gets what I say, what I mean when I say that, like, working with death and spending so much time thinking about death actually makes me happier. It makes everything else feel like so much more worth it, you know? Mentor Mori or whatever they taught us in that one poetry class we took. We just clicked. It feels good. Fun and affirming, like dating should be. I'm thinking of taking her to Maple Meadows. She's super into roller coasters, and I think the idea of sharing cotton candy, or maybe not, I don't want to throw up on the rides, is sickeningly cute. Then maybe I'll kiss her on top of a Ferris wheel, be super corny and cliche for once in my life. Anywho, enough about me for now. I'm still kind of in shock from your last email. Do you think you're gonna do it? You know you have my support 100%, no matter what you decide. You can call it a few different things, like flameless cremation, or perhaps more commonly, resomation. Its technical name is actually alkaline hydrolysis. Whatever we want to call it, it's here and it's an environmentally friendly alternative to cremation. For the sake of this newsletter, let's call it water cremation. We all know that traditional cremation and burials take a huge toll on the environment, the high energy consumption that adds to the greenhouse gas effect being one of the chief amongst them. And water cremation is an alternative method available for the eco-conscious. How does it work? It's basically a water-based chemical process that uses really strong alkali and water heated up very high, about 350 Fahrenheit. Basically works like a sped-up version of natural decomposition. The extra water gets put through the same water treatment process as any sewage water at a factory, and alkaline hydrolysis uses significantly less energy than traditional cremation processes. Neat, huh? It's been around for a bit, and in some places became legal around the end of the first decade of the aughts. Not a bad alternative for those who don't want their death to have any greater impact on the environment than necessary. Yes, please. Get me out of this shit. Get me out of this, guys. Charlotte, I see you were not able to convince the Dimka family to take a standard funeral. I had to contact them myself in order to not lose this sale. Please read the enclosed emails for a lesson on how to properly upsell potential customers. I don't want to see that we've lost any customers because of your refusal to upsell. That is part of your job. From Kofi Dimka. Okay, we'll take the traditional funeral package. Thanks for considering us in a hard time. Ugh. Dear Mr. Dimka, I understand your desire to keep your wife at home, but I assure you the best way to honor your wife is through a traditional funeral package instead. I promise you your wife's funeral with us will be a beautiful, intimate gathering where all of her beloved friends and family can come together and say their goodbyes. A standard embalming will allow for everyone to view your wife, ensuring that everyone can see her one final time as she was. Beautiful, peaceful, and courageous. Letting us take care of the food with our prepared food service will ensure you don't have a single thing to worry about on this day. You and your daughters are going through a hard time right now. Let us here at Rose and Daughters make this difficult time a little easier for you. Regarding the last time we spoke, my daughters and I would still prefer to host a home funeral ourselves and keep my wife here until she's ready to be buried. I just want to make sure she's taken care of. The heart attack was so sudden, we don't know what to do. We just want to make sure she has a proper send-off. So I don't suppose I can send him a fuck off email? Because I want to send him a fuck off email. I want to tell him to go fuck himself. Poor Mrs. Dimka. Nobody's wishes get honored. Nobody cares. This poor woman. Yeah, I gotta get out of this corpo shit, or I will, die. I will die. I will die of, anger, mostly. This is not at all what her family wanted, and I am aghast by it. I am so angered and offended on her behalf, on their behalf. I mean, just wow, 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 wow. So hopefully our girl Charlie. So true. You are so right, Gail. I would give anything to send this guy a good fuck off email. I want to kick his ass. I want to kick his ass and then some. I mean, wow. Just wow, 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 wow. What a fucking asshole. And this poor woman. Her poor family, her poor husband and poor daughters. She died very, very suddenly, and they want to be able to honor her in their own way. Not this fucking corporate scumbag's corporate greed. I hope I get to take care of his body when he dies of excess capitalism. Also known as me stabbing him. Me stabbing him. I'm going to stab this man. Starving. Why do these things always make me so hungry? You're always hungry. Well, it can't help that the food sucks because it's catered and it's bad and it feels so impersonal. She would have hated this. Yeah, but I don't know. They must have had their reasons. Oh, hey, what did you think of that trailer I sent you? Oh yeah, I heard that one show was so good. I saw the video of the one kid actor doing karaoke. It's so cold in here. I think they have the air conditioning on too high. Yeah, let's go for a walk later. It's really nice out. It'd be good to stretch my legs. I imagine you must be. You think we did the right thing? I feel bad not doing what Mom asked for. No, honey, but what that Chad guy said seems right. We don't want to dishonor her memory by letting her rot. Yeah, I just want Mom to know I loved her. I wish I hadn't yelled at her before. It's okay. She knew you loved her. Fights happen. Please don't be hard on yourself. Yeah. I'm going to miss her. Me too. Chad sucks. Chad fucking sucks. Chad sucks. Chad Cannon should go to hell, and I'm so going to quit. I hope everyone working for... Did I quit? Did I quit? Did I quit? Am I no longer working for Chad? Charlie, dear, I am so proud of you. I knew there was something special in you, and I hired you for girls and daughters. If there's anything I can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask. I'm always happy to help. P.S. I sorely miss you and Matthew's terrible sense of humor. Hey, Charlie. Don't ever believe what job I'm working now. Open this email to find out. Hey, Charlie. When I first became a host driver, I was told that my most important job wasn't steering. It was sympathizing. I respectfully disagree. And thankfully, I concentrated on my driving skills since I'm now working as a, wait for it, bus driver. A school bus driver. Charlie, can you believe it? Pretty sure if I said the most important part of my job now wasn't steering, I'd be fired immediately. I don't know how else to tell you. For some reason I was worried you'd think less of me, but I don't know why. You've never been the judgmental kind. Besides, corpses are way easier to deal with than children. Screaming children, might I add. I actually love it. These kids can be pretty cute, but don't tell Amy that I told you that. She was always hoping on me for not having any kids and being all cynical about them. Congrats on your new business, Charlie. I'm proud of you. I'll swing by your new place one day and show you my new wheels. Maybe we can grab a bite to eat. Be seeing ya, Matt. Charlie, I am so happy for you. I know it's been a rough year for you, seriously. I think our wine intake saw a bazillion% increase, but you've stuck through it all like a champ. You deserve this. Finally being your own boss is a great move for you. No more having to explain anything you don't want to. I'm trying not to be too cheesy right now. Can't wait to be home next week for a visit and to check out your new space. P.S. Have you heard about those green burial pods? When I find the link in my 1 million open tabs, I'll shoot it over to you. Magnolia Forest, Funeral Home, and Natural Burial Park. Prices. We believe in being transparent about our prices and practices. We are happy to work within your budget and hope to make you feel comfortable and confident. Magnolia Forest, named after the magnolia trees that surround the funeral home, specializes in at-home funerals and green burials in our natural burial park. Yeah, you're so right. You're so right. Children can get up and scream at you. Corpses don't really have that many opinions. We want you to feel fully involved in your loved one's death care decisions. Our natural park allows the body to return to the earth and recycle naturally. Our park has room for bodies of all sizes and ages, as well as beloved pets. Families also have the option to bury their loved ones themselves, if they so choose. And welcome home. I hope you had a good day, Desert Fox. I hope you had a good day, since you're only just joining us right now. From Eileen Hansen. Dear Charlie, today's the day already, isn't it? I can't believe how quickly this has come up. Thank you for your understanding and for your work. You've made today easier already. See you at 1 p.m. Best, Eileen Hansen. Yeah, hopefully I employ, a ghost-busting friend just in case. And do tell us about your day, bud. Oh, this is so lovely. This is so lovely. I would love to hear about your day. This hurts. I thought it'd be easier, but it's not. It hurts so much, but thank you for helping me give her the funeral she always wanted. Anyway, I think we're ready to get started now. that was a Mortician's Tale. Gabby Duenzo, Andrew Cavallo, Helena Heron, Jacqueline de Leon, and the rest you saw, but I couldn't read fast enough. Ooh, I know Caitlin Doty. She runs a really fun YouTube channel. Ask a Mortician. If y'all haven't seen that one, you should very much go check it out. It is excellent and fascinating. It is really cool hearing about death, and I learned a lot about the practices in this game from watching her videos. Made using Unity and... Can't read that. Yeah, Mr. Jenkins, we signed up to bury you, not unbury you. Thank you for playing. Oh, that was a good one. That was... Wow, 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 wow. That was really lovely. That was really lovely. I am so impressed by them. I am so impressed. Oh, sound engine. That makes more sense. I thought it was cursing at me. Let's see. What else do we have? What else do we have? Leave Oma. Yeah, let's see what Leva Oma has to say. Hopefully this will full screen and actually show up. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this one might be also a little more contemplative. I might see if I have something cute. Especially since... Oh, this did show. This should be short, and then we'll find something a little bit bouncier. Run, interact, move, camera. Oh, my controller isn't. Okay. Pause, move, run, camera. Alright. This must be Omar, I would assume. Hello, Omar. Yeah, I think you are so right, Rascal. I think this is another day's game, and today calls for something a little cheerier. And I know exactly what. Let's see if this shows up. Alright, this is Tin Man Games' To Be or Not to Be. Yeah, fair, good point. This is To Be or Not to Be by Tin Man Games. The assistance of Screen Australia. Let me see if I can just... Options. Sound. How about I turn the sound down? Like, just a little bit. This is quite loud in my headphones. So much better. Much better. Back to main menu. Back to the story. The existence of Screen Australia. Would you like to enable narration? No, I'm narrating. Thanks. To be or not to be. William Shakespeare, 1564 AD to whenever he died, was well known for borrowing from existing literature when writing his plays. Romeo and Juliet is pretty much lifted entirely from Arthur Brooks' poem, The Tragical History of Romeus and Juliet. Drew didn't even change the names. And as recent Shakespeare scholarship has established, the famed play William Shakespeare Presents Hamlet was lifted wholesale from the volume you were about to enjoy. To Be or Not to Be. To Be or Not to Be is both the earliest recorded example of the books as game genre, as well as the first instance ever in the then newish English language that was kicking around of an adventure. So the first instance ever in the then newish English language that was kicking around of an adventure being chosen by you, the reader. We've gone ahead and added illustrations, Plus, we've taken the liberty of marking with tiny Yorick skulls the choices Shakespeare himself made when he plagiarized this book back in olden times. Like, they look like this. He's adorable! He's adorable! Look at that guy! Look at that precious little fella! I don't know how a skull can look so winning. I love him! And though in case you wish to put yourself in Shakespeare's shoes, reading the book as he did, stealing plot elements wholesale, and classing up the language as he/you went/go. However, that is not the only way to read this book. Feel free to explore your other options, as each time you read this book, you can go on a different adventure. Yeah, we gotta make sure to say hello to our guy Bonesy every time he shows up and decides to join us. Assuming you don't read this book, this number of times, at which point the adventures will start to repeat, and they'll probably seem pretty familiar long before then anyway. Now take yourself back to history, when ghosts walked the earth, and nobody knew velociraptors were ever even a thing. Steel yourself to experience the magic of Shakespeare as it was meant to be experienced, in a non-deterministic narrative structure where you end up thinking maybe you made a wrong decision. So you mark the pages as you were just on, so you can always go back and make a different choice if you die for some dumb reason. To be or not to be, that is the adventure. I don't know why this is still on screen. I don't think it's supposed to be. Ryan North, noted Shakespeare scholar / enthusiast. Options. Back. Seriously, is there no way that I can turn this shit off? Yeah. Anyway. You can't tell me what to do, smart guy. I'm just gonna keep reading. Oh, whoa, hey, slow down there, cowboy. At the end of that last bit, you were supposed to make a choice, and then jump to the page that reflects that choice. Instead of following these instructions, you just kept reading what came next, like this is an ordinary book. This book is crazy insane. How are you even acting like this is an ordinary book? You die without ever having even chosen your character. The end. And your final score is, maybe learn to read books better sometime, out of 1,000. Listen to that radical music and this radical portrait that takes forever to scroll onto the screen. I can't decide if this is Nicolas Cage or Will North. Listen, the book was probably right to sass me. Now, back to the beginning. Dude, that's not a very good score, I gotta say. Okay, wait. I got this. Let me try this page-turning thing again. To be or not to be, that is the adventure. Choose your character. You have just been born. Congratulations. Good work on that thing. Now, surprise! Babies are boring. So we're going to jump ahead in time to a point where you're an adult and you've already lived a bunch of your life. But I promise most of what we're skipping over was really dull. You ate and slept a lot and made some friends, tears were shed, makeouts were totally had, etc. There's a bunch of high school stuff. The awesome stuff starts now. So, let's begin, my friend. Remind me who you are again? Are you... Ophelia, an awesome lady in her late 20s with a calm, competent, and resourceful demeanor. She's got a +1 bonus to science, but she's also got a -1 weakness to water, so heads up. Hamlet, he's an emo teen in his early 30s. Also, he's the Prince of Denmark. Hamlet has a +1 resistance to magic, but there's no magic in this adventure, so this never gets mentioned again as of right now. Hamlet Sr. He's the King of Denmark, 50 years old. He's super good at fighting and leading men into battle and naps. Let's say +1 to each. Look, bottom line, he's an unstoppable machine of death, and should you choose to be him, you may experience kingly glory. Shall we be Ophelia, Hamlet, or Hamlet Sr.? King Hamlet, as he's called in other story options. But either way, he named his son the same as him, so I don't think he has much of a valid opinion on anything. So, let's Let's take the canonical path with a boy Bonesy. Play as Hamlet. To be he, choose to play as Hamlet. You are Hamlet. You're 30 years old and you're back living at home, but it's okay because your home is a castle. That's right, ladies. You're a prince. Things have been rough lately. You've been trying to focus on your studies at Wittenberg University, where you and your bros Horatio, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern all hang out. But you were called home because your father died. Then your dead dad's brother, Claudius, married your mom, Gertrude, 2 weeks later. Yep. Made you kind of upset. You raced home to comfort her, but she's married your uncle, and that is weird. You feel weird. Right now, you're in the audience chamber of your father's castle. Here in sunny Denmark, King Claudius is here, addressing his court. Laertes and Polonius are here too. Laertes is kind of a jerk, and Polonius is his father. Polonius is also the father of Ophelia, whom you are totally sweet on. She's not here, though. Who knows what adventures she's having as we speak, while you're stuck in this drafty castle, listening to other people talk about their feelings. Speaking of speaking, just now Laertes said something about how now that Claudius is king, he's attended the coronation. Is it okay for him to go back to France? Claudius says sure. Wait a minute, you'd love to leave too, and go back to school, away from this weird incesty thing your mother's gotten herself into. So gross and weird. But what should I do? Let's ask Claudius for permission to go back to school, as our boy Bonesy suggests. You hold up your hand, open your mouth, but before you can say anything, Claudius addresses you directly, calling you his son. On the one hand, that's entirely appropriate, especially since he has just married your mom like 2 weeks ago. But on the other hand, he has brought creepy uncle to new heights. Creepy uncle points for that, maybe? What now? Insult him under your breath by saying you're more than kin, i.e., you're related more than once now, as both father, son, and uncle-nephew, but less than kind, i.e., this relationship you're in is unnatural. In real life, people think up zingers like this on the spot all the time, so this totally makes sense. He straight up ignores your zinger. Well, shoot, guess we'll just have to kill him. King Claudius goes on to tell you, in so many words, to buck up, stop dressing in black, stick around for a while, and have a little fun. He says all the feelings that you're having are boring and wimpy. Your mom echoes his sentiments. Dude, your own mom just called you a wimp. You agree to stick around Denmark for a while, they leave, and you're suddenly alone. Woo! You're finally alone, Hamlet! What are you gonna do? I'm gonna talk to myself about how my life is in ruins and everything totally sucks. Yes. Okay, you talk out loud to the empty room, and what do you say? I'll tell you what you say. You say you wish your skin could literally melt off your body, revealing a skeleton that gives a double thumbs down before crumbling into dust. You say that you thought your mom really loved your dad, but now that she's married Claudius less than a month after Dad's death, either love itself is fake, or she was faking love, and either way it doesn't matter because you've lost faith in your own mother. You say to the empty room, in all seriousness, that you want to kill yourself. Whoa, this book just got real. Let's not kill ourselves. While you're busy doing that, your friend Horatio bumps into you and tells you, A, he's in town for your dad's funeral/mom's wedding, and they served leftover appetizers from one at the other. B, ghosts are real. Unfortunately, we can't kill ourselves yet, because we are following Bonesy's recommendations. And his recommendations say not to kill ourselves, but apparently ghosts are real. C, he's seen a ghost, and so have a bunch of other guys. D, it keeps showing up at the same time. And E, he's pretty sure it's the ghost of your dad. Finally, some adventure, some closure. You agree that you'll come with him tonight to see the ghost when it shows up again. Such an obvious decision that it kind of feels like you don't even have a choice in the matter. One moment. Oh. Be or not to be? Agree to go with Horatio tonight to see the ghost when it shows up again. I'll be there, 11:30 sharp, you say, and Horatio leaves, satisfied. Well, now you have 8 hours to blow before it's time to meet ghosts. What do you want to do, Hamlet? Let's be Ophelia for a while, says Bonesy with a bow. Choose to play as Ophelia. Right, you're Ophelia. You are a beautiful and independent young woman. And although it makes you roll your eyes when you think about it, you've fallen in love with a prince. Prince Hamlet is funny and charming, and he seems to like you a lot. You try not to get too excited about it, because you're worried you might jinx it. But things really are going great. Only it's been hard doing the long-distance thing while you've both been off at university. And while you've loved studying capital S science, and you're sure Hamlet's loved studying capital U undeclared, it hasn't been easy. Now that you're both back together in Denmark for his father's funeral and his mother's second wedding, it's been harder still. Hamlet's really sad, and you can't blame him for that, since, his dad died. But you wish there was something you could do to help him. When you last saw him, Hamlet mentioned how the castle seemed cold and drafty. For some reason it stuck with you. You've been sitting at your desk, trying to think of something you could give him that would help with that. A way of cheering him up a little. Remind him he's still got people who care about him. He wears these cloaks all the time, but then he's taking them off in warm rooms and putting them back on in cold ones. If only there was some way you could keep the rooms at a uniform temperature, he wouldn't need to be constantly adjusting his clothes throughout the day. But to do that, you'd need some way of measuring heat, and a way of transporting it through the castle, perhaps through a series of pipes. Your thoughts are interrupted by a knock at your door. Who is it? You call. It's me, says your brother. Come on, let me in. Let him in, says Bonesy. You open the door for your brother. You can come in, you say. But I don't want to hear any opinions about my personal life. If you sleep with Hamlet, you're a slut, he says. Invite him to enter your room. This is normal. Okay. You let him enter your room. He sits down on the bed and pats the empty space beside him. You choose to remain standing. Listen, he says, I know you like Hamlet, but he's a prince, so he's going to have to marry someone of his own rank. Who said anything about marriage? You reply. I'm happy with Hamlet. He's happy with me. We're having fun. Nobody's talking about marriage. It's another thing, he says. Look, if you have sex before marriage, then you'll be ruined for other men and nobody will ever want you. He's only dating you because he wants sex. Don't sex him, because I'm your brother and I'm telling you not to. Sit down beside him, for some reason, and tell him that he makes a lot of sense, somehow, and that you'll do as he says. Thanks for the worst choice, Bonesy. This is, really. Okay. You sit down on the bed and tell him you'll do as he says, and that you sincerely appreciate his meddling in your personal life. And then you go on to say that if you're going to abstain from sex before marriage, then he should be careful too, because he sleeps around way more than you do. It's going to be one heck of a sexual double standard if you're damaged goods and he's totally fine. That's right, I didn't even give you a choice about staying that or not, because you keep choosing the stupid options. Guess you're just gonna have to deal with it, huh? In any case, there's a knock on your door, and before you can answer, your father, Polonius, opens the door. So true, we do unfortunately have to keep choosing the worst answers, because Shakespeare did. Normally when you knock, you wait for someone to let you in, Dad, you say. You're an idiot if you think Hamlet loves you, he says. Then he notices Laertes in your room, too. Oh, hey, Laertes, have fun on your trip. To thine own self be true. Laertes nods. I already told her she's slutty, he says. Yes, smile and nod and pat the empty space on the bed beside you and Laertes, inviting Polonius to sit down too, because that's something a person would do. Yeah, especially when those brothers have the worst opinions, like the worst opinions a person could have. Polonius sits down on the bed beside you. So, you guys were talking about Hamlet, huh? He asks. Your brother nods, and Polonius turns to face you. Hamlet only likes you because you're smoking hot, he says. You're an idiot if you believe him when he says you're a great and wonderful and special person. He'll say anything to get in your pants. He said that you're a wonderful person, right? Jeez. You agree that he has said and written some very beautiful things about you, and that this means a lot to you. That proves it. Listen, you're too dumb to understand what I'm saying, so I'm just going to order you to do the following. Stop seeing him, never speak to him again, and put all thoughts of him out of your head. Tell him you'll obey, and then call him your lord, and follow him meekly out of the room, agree with everything he and Laertes have said, because all that stuff I wrote earlier about you being an independent woman in charge of her own destiny sounds pretty dumb, actually, and you'd better do whatever someone else tells you to, because anyone other than you probably knows better about your own life than you do, right? Look, I am trying to think of the dumbest thing you could do. Please, I beg you, do not choose this option. Unfortunately, I would too. But Bonesy says we gotta. Bonesy says, unfortunately, we have to give in to sexism and the patriarchy. Bonesy says this is right, good, and moral. Okay, you do all that stuff. Listen, I'm gonna cut our losses here. You're not allowed to be Ophelia for a while. We're clearly ruining Ophelia. Wherefore, be Hamlet. You, Hamlet, Prince of all Denmark, are now sitting in your bedroom and playing solitaire for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Which is a pretty colossally useless waste of your time, especially since you keep cheating. A 5 goes on top of a 3, Hamlet. Really? Anyway, at this point, we're 15 games in, and wow, if you're not careful, people might start saying that your tragic flaw is, I don't know, inaction? Yeah, Bonesy might not be our greatest advocate here. Bonesy might be making some mistakes. Yay, we're in action, man! Eventually the sun does go down, and it's almost 11:30, which hopefully you remember is the appointed hour Horatio told you about when a ghost keeps showing up to bother him. Time to go meet that ghost, huh? Let's go meet up with Horatio and bust some myths about actual ghosts being real. Yeah, Bonesy might have a bit of an agenda, and I don't think I like it, but we've committed. You and Horatio go to where he saw the ghost the first time. Now we play the waiting game, says Horatio. He's interrupted by the sound of trumpets. You look at him and raise an eyebrow. They make that noise to warn everyone that King Claudius is getting wasted, he says. Those trumpets go off every night around this time. He sighs. Denmark, he says. That exact moment, something insanely crazy happens. What the frig? I'll tell you what the frig. A ghost is here! Look, ghost. Don't freak out, but right now, you're staring cold in the face of a specter. You can't even imagine how crazy this whole situation is. Don't worry, you just made us appreciate every future run where we ignore Bonesy and all of his terrible, terrible choices. If you're getting scared, too scared, read this next clause over and over until you're not insane with fear anymore. Everything will be okay. Alright, okay. We can do this. With your last shred of sanity, you quickly glance at the ghost. And then you worry that if you stare at the ghost too hard, your brain will realize it's looking at something so insanely impossible that you'll just black out. Anyway, this ghost. You can see through it, but only a little. It's weird. I'll tell you what the frig else. This ghost does look like your dad, and he's getting closer. What now? Don't stare at the ghost too intently. Try to figure out what it wants. This is what we should do with ghosts. Are you my dad? I mean, my ghost dad? You ask the ghost, but it says nothing. Instead, the ghost beckons to you. He clearly wants you to follow him and leave Horatio behind. I don't know, is this safe? Can ghosts kill people? Can ghosts kill people? You ask Horatio. I don't know, man, but I really don't think you should be alone with that thing, he says, clearly leaving no ball untripped in his own freakout. Hamlet, man, something is rotten in the state of Denmark, I gotta say, he yells, his quivering finger pointing at the ghost. Well, duh. gonna do it, you say. And you follow the ghost into darkness. You follow the ghost into the mist. After walking for what seems like forever, you get tired of walking. Tired of walking, you say. You sit down. Pretty sure I'm done walking. Yeah, I'm out. The ghost stops and speaks to you for the first time, its voice issuing forth from lungs that no longer breathe air. Hamlet, it is I, your father. Look, I can't stay around here forever, so you need to listen to what I tell you. I didn't die of old age. I did some digging around. It turns out I was murdered. By Claudius! You gasp, shocked and enraged. Killed by his own brother! He did it while I slept. I was walking in a garden, and you know how gardens are really boring, right? Like, really boring. No. They are boring even for people who like them. Exactly, says Ghost Dad. Well, it was so boring that I fell asleep, and while I was sleeping, he poured poison in my ear. I didn't know poisons worked that way, you say. That's what I said, shouts your dad, throwing his hands above his head in frustration. He starts to pace back and forth. Anyway, I want you to take revenge on him for me. I don't know. Cuss him out or something. Pull out his chair when he's about to sit down. Offer him a high five, but then when he goes to high five, you pull your hand away and say, too slow. Or should he offer you a high five, you must leave him hanging. I could murder him, you offer. After all, he is sleeping with Mom. Your dad stops pacing and stares at you. He's what? Tell him they got married 2 weeks after his funeral. You explain they got married basically right after the funeral, and that makes Claudius king now. You explain how maybe it's not technically incest, but the timing alone sure feels squicky. Didn't he ever read the Table of Kindred and Affinity, wherein whosoever are related or forbidden in Scripture are laws to marry together? Asks your dad. Ah, you say. You refer to the document Queen Elizabeth ordered produced, which says a marriage such as this one we're discussing is not just squicky. Sure is, but a real hardcore sin against God, a book which later made its way into the Book of Common Prayer, itself so influential that we take many phrases such as "till death do us part" and "peace in our time" from it. The very same, nods your father, although I can imagine in the future sentiments might change. As to whether or not such a marriage between genetically unrelated, loving, and consenting adults is among the very worst things it is possible for a human being to do. That's not necessary for us to discuss right now. You agree. Anyway, says your dad, kill Claudius for me. Cool? I think that we should promise the ghost we'll commit murder in the very classiest verse that we have in us. You clear your throat, hold one hand open in the air in front of you, and promise a ghost that you will kill an alive human. This is what you say. Yea, from the table of my memory, I'll wipe away all trivial fond records. All stars of books, all forms, all pressures past, the youth and observation copied there, and thy commandment all alone shall live, within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter, yes, by heaven. Your ghost dad seems pretty cool with that. New quest. Kill Claudius! You've begun quest. Kill Claudius. It's worth 3,500 experience points. Murder! 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 That's a lot. Wherefore, throw in a little sexism for good measure. Oh, most pernicious women! You add, insulting not only Queen Gertrude, the woman your father loved, adored, and married, but also all women in general. Synonyms for pernicious include noxious and pestilent, and the word itself suggests that long-term harm comes from being in contact with whatever it's being used to describe. Thanks, Science Corner! Stay classy, Hamlet! Leave it there and return to Horatio. You walk back to where Horatio is waiting for you. Listen, Horatio, never speak of this whole we saw a ghost thing, okay? We've got to keep it a secret. That's cool, says Horatio. No, I'm serious, man, you say, grabbing his shoulders. Some really serious stuff is going to go down, and I need you to keep this a secret. Swear that you'll never talk about this. I swear, says Horatio. Swear it! Booms your dad's voice out of nowhere. He already did, you shout. Horatio looks at you, questioning. Hamlet, bro, what's all this about? He says. There are more things in earth and heaven, Horatio, you begin, than are dreamt of in my philosophy, Horatio finishes, annoyed. Fine, right, whatever. Okay, Horatio will keep your secret, and you've got a quest from a ghost to fulfill. And at the end, he'll probably give you some cool loot for completing it. Maybe. I mean, it's possible. Anyway, it's past midnight, and Claudius is probably falling down drunk. What now? Go home for nappy times. What a sleepy boy. You go home and nap. The next morning it rains, so you don't leave your room. And the next morning after that, the ground is all muddy. You think maybe you'd leave footsteps that could be traced back to you. And anyway, long story short, several days have gone by, and you haven't done a thing. What do you do? Continue doing nothing. Let's go see Ophelia, because let's not reread the page. Go see Ophelia, she's smart. Maybe she has some ideas on how to commit some good murders. You go to Ophelia's place and knock on her door. Who is it? She calls. It's me, sweetie, you say, opening the door and stepping into her room. You haven't seen each other for a while. It's so great to see her. You run up and throw your arms around her and you kiss. It's just like old times. You hold her at arm's length and look into her eyes. Listen, you say, and then you unbutton your jacket, foul your stockings, take your garters off, and grab Ophelia by the wrist. Okay, you do that. Ophelia looked confused during this whole production. What's wrong, Hamlet? She says, concerned. Why are you fouling your stockings? What now? Continue holding her wrist, and move your other hand to your forehead, as if you might faint, while staring at her intensely. These are some stellar choices you're making here, champ. Okay, you do the crazy things. Ophelia keeps staring at you in confusion. Finally, you sigh, as big as you can, 3 times in a row. What do these sighs mean? Ophelia doesn't know, I don't know, and neither do you. It's like you think you've saved your game earlier, so now you can just do stupid stuff without consequences. But you can't save a game in real life, silly. So now you have to live with the consequences of these choices. And here's one of those consequences. Ophelia's love for you has taken 15 damage. Lucky for you, she still loves you a whole heck of a lot. Eventually you run out of sighs and get up and leave. But rather than walking out of the room like a regular person, you look over your shoulder, lock eyes with her, and walk out of the room and around the corner without ever breaking eye contact. You're lucky you didn't walk into a wall. You know what? I think you've made enough choices for a while. Move over, I'm driving. Let's go see what Claudius is up to. So you walk in on your mom and fake dad as they're trying to run the country, but it turns out they were talking about you anyway. Polonius is there too. He's talking to you like you're touched in the head. Hey, he thinks you're crazy. Maybe that's because of all the dumb decisions you've been making. So in an effort to save this, we're going to assume that you were just pretending to be crazy. Because that way all of this kind of makes sense, and nobody would ever suspect a crazy person of committing a murder, right? It's literally the best option we've got left. This is what you've reduced us to. Yeah, really, we're really in quite a terrible state. We've kind of, Hamlet's doomed. That has nothing to do with the story of the play Hamlet, in which I hate to inform you, but in the play, Hamlet is also doomed. But equally so, right here, in the midst of all of these terrible, terrible choices, Hamlet is so fucking doomed. I've gone back and rewritten the story, so that in your talk with Horatio now, you say, I might act crazy for a while, just be cool. You can go back and check, it's totally there. Okay, so, it turns out Polonius considers himself a master riddle master. And he's going to ask you 3 riddles to determine if you're sane or not. Riddle the first. Do you know who I am? He says. Since you're just acting crazy, this gets a little easier. Normally, I'd give you the choice between a reasonable answer and a crazy answer. But I figure now you just want to pick the reasonable one to screw things up, and I swear to God there will be a method to your madness if it kills me. So here are your options. I know you're looking for the option to say, yeah, you're Polonius. But you know what? I like being in charge. So A, I don't know who you are. Maybe you're a pimp. You tell Polonius that you don't know who he is, But maybe he's a pimp? That seems like a really polite thing to say, and not at all awful. He doesn't get that you are, or rather that I am, rather cleverly trying to suggest that you suspect he's been trying to mess with Ophelia in order to get to you. It goes entirely over his head. Anyway, he seems satisfied with your answer, which is great. Polonius puts to you his riddle the second. What have you been reading lately? He says. I think we should answer with the exact words the author wants us to say. That's right. Fall in line, baby. You haven't touched a book since you came home from university on funeral/wedding break. So you answer by making up a book you've been reading called Old Men Are Dumb and Gross. It's about how old men are dumb and gross. You conclude by saying that Polonius would be the same age as you if people aged backwards. Oh, snap. Polonius agrees that this is probably the case. Finally, he challenges you with the final of his 3 riddles. Would you like to go for a walk outside? I sure would. You say you'd like to go walk outside, straight into your grave. That last bit of crazy that really sells it. Somehow, Polonius thinks you're actually saying something really significant about how we're all really dying from the moment we're born. He observes that in madness you're actually speaking the truth. Hey, your answers seem to have helped him reach the conclusion we wanted in regards to your sanity. Polonius says that he'd better be going, and you say nothing would make you happier except if you somehow literally died right now. And then you motorboat your lips and flick your index finger over them, making a brr 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 sound. Yep, he definitely thinks you're crazy. So, I hope you're happy. I have fixed this as best I can, and remember, we're just fake crazy now, okay? Okay, you can drive again. As Polonius leaves, your friends Rosencrantz and Guildenstern enter the room. What? You thought these guys were still back at university. This is awesome. Wherefore, let's not get carried away. Just walk up, say hi, ask them how it's going. How have you been, gentlemen? You say. I've been okay, except for, the nightmares. Anyway, what brings you here? They look at each other and, what do you mean what brings us here? Why don't we talk to you about your plans and motivations, Rosencrantz says. Your face falls. Man, you knew it. Claudius sent for them. They're here to spy on you. Aw, really? Come on, guys. Were you sent here to spy on me? You say. Well, yeah, Rosencrantz replies. Kinda. Frig, man. I knew it. Look, I'll make it easy on you. I know I've been all emo lately and mopey, and even though we don't have the words for it yet, I'm pretty sure I'm what you'd call clinically depressed. That's all. You sigh, and then look at them with a small smile. I guess I'm quite the piece of work, huh? You say. Would you care to explain that in more detail? Rosencrantz says. As a matter of fact, I would. You are inspired. You clear your throat and hold out one hand in front of you. You look Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in the eyes, one after the other. What a piece of work is a man, you say, choosing your words and punctuation carefully. How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god. Your friends nod. Humans are pretty great. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. You break off as Guildenstern interrupts you. Gay, he says. This book was from a few years ago. I said man delights not me. You idiot. Or woman neither, though you seem to think. This time you're interrupted by Rosencrantz. Asexual, he says. You look at your friends. Anyway, whatever. I've been depressed, but it's great to see you guys. Homophobia and aphobia aside. Oh, hey, says Guildenstern, suddenly remembering something. We met an author on the boat over. We invited her to come say hi. An author? This is really, really exciting. Alright, what are we holding up about? Because I'm afraid there's been quite a lot of things worth holding up about in the past few minutes. And I'm afraid none of them really have explanations. But at least they're open-minded assholes who, recognize asexuality and, still insult it. Yep. Crazy train, no brakes, who should walk through the door just as Guildenstern stops talking? Why, it's the very author they just mentioned. How perfect! Having her show up right now keeps this narrative moving forward at a nice clip. And avoids any awkward downtime where you'd otherwise all just sit around in a circle waiting for someone to show up and talk to you. Huh. Nicely done, narrator of the story, aka me. Talk to author. The three of you and the author get to talking. She's really great. Turns out she's Christina Marlowe, the author of The Murder of Gonzago, a The Adventure is Being Chosen by You story. Can you murder your brother Gonzago and then, playing as your dead brother's son, murder your usurping uncle? I sure hope so. Choose from over 300 different possible endings. It's one of your favorite books, and you tell her so. Exciting, like asking questions about characters and motivation and how she did that thing with the choices. In case you're wondering, Choose Your Own Adventure is copyrighted. While the four of you talk, Polonius walks into the room and tries to work his way into the conversation, but whatever. Nobody here likes him. Christina doesn't make any attempt to include him, and that makes you love her even more. You start quoting your favorite passage to her. It's the bit from the back cover, and she takes over when you forget some of the words. It goes like this. You are still really mad that your dad was killed by his brother. You decide that you should murder him for revenge, and that, my friend, is a really good idea. Do you decide to wait to murder him? No! Shout you, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in unison. Christina smiles. Polonius mutters, this is boring. But nobody cares. Excellent. Then you sneak into his room at night and stab him in the neck. A huge fountain of blood erupts from his neck, under such pressure that it bursts through the ceiling and forms a glorious red geyser above the roof. Some kid walking by as the geyser and says, whoa, and while he's saying the O part of whoa, blood lands in his open mouth. It's so awesome. You have earned 1,000 points, and the whoa kid also earned 50 points. The three of you laugh and cheer and applaud, while Christina smiles politely, and Polonius stands around with his arms crossed. Whatever, I wanted to wait before killing him, he grumbles. Christina recited her book with such heartfelt emotion that you actually feel pretty bad about not murdering your own uncle yet. Wait a minute, that gives you an idea. Wherefore? Instead of murdering your uncle, go grab a copy of the book. Then you can get it signed, and then you can see if you can get Claudius to read it, and then if he chooses the murder your brother path, and then if he looks guilty, then you know he did it even though a ghost already investigated it and told you he did it. Okay, but one thing at a time, buddy. First, you go back to your room and get your copy of the book for Christina to sign, which she does. To Hamlet, best wishes. I hope you like to read these words that I wrote on a piece of paper. Cheers, Christina. Amazing. It's perfect. And now you've got the perfect book to entrap your uncle. You excuse yourself and go back to your room to flip through Gonzago again. You get absorbed in the adventure, and a few playthroughs later you're convinced. It really is a great book, and it should work perfectly for your plan. Now all you need to do is find Claudius. Pretty sure he's in the royal court, dude. What now? Go to the royal court. You go to the royal court, and it's deserted? Practically, anyway. Kinda looks like maybe Ophelia's in there in the corner reading a book, but please, it's not like you have time to make certain. Well, this sucks. You have this perfect plan ready, but if Claudius isn't around, then he can't read the book, and this whole thing is useless and stupid, and you hate it. You feel some introspection coming on. Yes. Oh man, this is gonna be a big one. It's gonna all boil down to this. Is it even worth living in a world where things don't always go your way? Or to put it differently, being alive is good, or maybe being dead is good? Or to put it a third, more copulatastic way, to be or not to be? Man, it's the big one, Hamlet. This is the speech this book is named after. I guess we'd better talk it out, huh? Choose wisely. You clear your throat and raise one hand in front of you. To be... This is what you say to nobody in particular. To be, or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished, to die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub, for in that sleep of death what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. Man, nicely done, Hamlet. Wherefore, hey, wait a minute, Ophelia's here. You say hi to Ophelia, but she's acting all upset, trying to give back the presents and all the love letters you've sent her over your relationship. Weird. Looks like someone's convinced her that you're not marriage material after all. To be fair, you did just finish talking out loud about killing yourself. Huh. And though I know you're now frantically looking for the whatever man, she's just doing this because chicks be crazy option. Hamlet, you are nothing if not classy. I'm not going to give it to you. Listen, I'm going to help you out. You think Ophelia's crazy, but maybe she's just acting crazy? In considering that possibility, you think to yourself that Ophelia doesn't have any real reason for being as upset as she appears to be. Sure, you've kinda ignored her for a few weeks, which was selfish and jokey, but on the other hand, this isn't the first time you've been caught up in something. You're sure she can handle it as she has before, with understanding, and not by, abandoning the relationship entirely in some stupid castle room. So, maybe it's entirely possible that she's being fake crazy, too. Maybe because she's figured things out, also wants to murder Claudius. You decide you need a way to see if she's faking crazy, while you're simultaneously also faking crazy, without revealing to anyone who may or may not be listening in that you're both actually just faking the crazy. So, code phrase or something you can use? Say, I never loved you. What? He says, furious. I think those were the secret code words, bro. You say, maybe the code phrase is, get thee to a nunnery. You tell her to get to a nunnery because if she has sex, her kids will be awful because everyone is awful. And man, if you only had the time, you'd be the awfulest person ever. Hi, we're playing as Hamlet and being terrible because Hamlet is terrible. Hamlet is a terrible person. Also, only a fool would marry her because anyone smart knows that women are awful. Why are you saying these horribly sexist things? She asks. I gotta say, it's a pretty good question. I'm glad you came to visit, but this is either a great or a terrible time to jump in with utterly no context. Last chance, Hamlet. Let's say women are idiots who just want to get us sexing. Sometimes I wonder why I give you these choices. Okay, you say these things, but you at least clarify that you think women just pretend to be dumb to get that sexing they so crave. You accuse all women of being unfaithful, and you say there should be no more marriages because they necessarily involve women, and women are awful. There's a couple of things wrong with that, actually. Anyway, you say that people who are already married can stay married, you guess, except for one very special couple in particular. You look at her to see if she's getting what you're hinting at, and she looks, super angry, actually. I don't think you're gonna pull this off, dude. This whole conversation is an unmitigated fiasco, and if she was just pretending to be mad before, she is seriously furious now. Congratulations, Hamlet! You just broke up with your girlfriend because you were pretending to be insane and talking a stupid secret code. You can't really say you blame her for leaving. All you have now is your plan to trap Claudius with a choose-your-own-adventure book. So you go home, rest, and tomorrow that's exactly what you do. What do you do? Try to trap Claudius with the book. First thing in the morning, you show up to the royal court. You look out at the assembled courtiers, see that everyone's here. Your mom and stepdad, Polonius, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, a bunch of people you've never met, Ophelia, the whole gang. You still look around when Horatio comes in, up behind you and slaps you on the back in an expertly executed maneuver. Bro times, he says. How's it going, bro times? Good. You say, listen, can you do me a favor? You explain that you're going to be watching Claudius closely, but ask if maybe he could keep an eye on him too as he reads. You're, really good at stuff, you say, wishing there was somehow a better way to put that. He agrees that he's pretty great at stuff, and consents to do some of that watching stuff for you. All right, there's nothing left to do, Hamlet. It's go time. Hey, Claudius, you say, brandishing your signed copy of Gonzago. Why don't you read this book today? I certainly don't see why not, he says, and you pass him the book. Now all that's left is to decide where to sit. Sit at Ophelia's seat, ask to lay in her lap in the sexy sense, and remind her that she has genitals. You know what? No. Just no. When you write your own book, you can fill it in with all the let's have sex in front of my mom and dad and haha, women have different parts than men jokes you want. But this is my book, and I'm deciding, unilaterally, right now, that you don't get to do this. Instead, you decide to go stand behind your stepdad and watch him read. How does that taste? Does it taste like compromise? Because it shouldn't. It should taste like falling in line. What now? Stand behind your stepdad. You walk around behind the throne so you can look over his shoulder as he reads. You figure that helps your whole act crazy thing, because you'd have to be crazy to not know how annoying this is. You're now Claudius, King of Denmark. Your nephew is standing behind you being really annoying. Hamlet has just given you a book to read. It looks pretty good, actually. And it's perfect timing, because one of the royal court's favorite activities is to listen to you read a book out loud, because it's history times, and there are no computers yet. You clear your throat, and hold up the book so that everyone in the audience can see. Let us begin, you say, bringing the book down and reading the cover. This story is called The Murder of Gonzago, The Adventure is Being Chosen by You story. You look up. The title goes on for a while after that, but my first choice is going to be to skip to the first page, you say. There is a smattering of polite laughter. Wherefore, read the first page. The Murder of Gonzago. Adventure is being chosen by you. That is a very unique cover. Congratulations, you found a piece of artwork. Decisions. Read the book within a book. You are Battle Lord Pete, or as you prefer to be called, Dragon Master 3000, since you are the master of 3000 dragons. You are amazing, because of all the dragons you control. Plus, you wear the armor of a skeleton warrior, and you wield a battle axe. That is the Latin phrase, facta non verba, written on it, in blood. You know what that means? That means deeds, not words. Holy crap, this book is already awesome. You've been feeling a little jealous lately, because your brother, Gonzago, gets to be king, and it occurs to you maybe if you killed him and married his wife, you could be king instead. Maybe you should do that. Or maybe you should just go slay some skeleton warriors. Let's go kill your brother. Yeah, if only Hamlet put any effort into anything other than being a sexist douchebag, you choose the go kill your brother option. Behind you, Hamlet seems to get interested in your choices. Wait a second. You remind yourself that you did actually just kill your brother. And so maybe reliving the murder in front of the court through the medium of high literature is not the greatest idea? On the other hand, adventure beckons. Onward to adventure and also murder. You announce that you really did intend to choose this option. Behind you, Hamlet whispers to himself, "Man, I knew it." You read out loud the text on the page. You find your brother, Gonzago, sleeping in a garden. Gardens are really super boring, so it makes sense that he fell asleep. You hear your audience murmur in agreement. Sneaking up on your brother, you notice that he's sleeping on his side. You have some poison in your pocket. Do you hold his nose and pour the poison into his mouth? pour the poison into his ear, or realize that murder is terrible, leave, and go kill skeletons instead. You're basically already dead. If you're trying not to get caught, I really think you should go kill some skeletons. Poison in the ear! You turn to the appropriate page. You pour the poison into his ear. Like all sleeping people, your brother doesn't wake up when cold liquids are poured directly into his ear hole, so this whole thing goes surprisingly well. Also, who knew that ears really were the best way to introduce poison into the body? You and I did, obviously. And so I guess any medical doctors in the audience who are about to say, "Excuse me, but I studied human bards for 6 years at the university level," can straight up go suck a lemon. Your bro is dead. Congratulations. Poisons really do work that quickly, and you have just ended a life. Perhaps you'd like to assume your brother's throne now as well? Behind you, Hamlet whispers to himself, "Man, that's exactly what I suspected, and this has allowed me to confirm my suspicions perfectly." Nice one, Claudius. Hamlet now believes you murdered his father. It seems you have 2 choices. You can throw the book down, yell that you hate it, and run out of the room. Or, since an innocent person would not actually react that way, you can just continue playing as if nothing's wrong, thereby not instantly confirming your guilt, and instead allow your choices to be read as simple chance. Let's run out of the room screaming. You tear out of the room, throwing the book behind you, leaving Hamlet and your beloved Gertrude alone in front of a very confused crowd. Today's not going very well for you, huh? You run into your room in tears and lock the door behind you and throw your face into your pillow and cry. Well, Claudius, there's no 2 ways about it. You globbed up big back there. You'd better be Hamlet for a while, huh? Let's go be Hamlet. You are Hamlet. You just saw your stepfather confirm his guilt about killing your father because he read a book and chose the options that the murderer would have chosen in real life. He's definitely guilty. This is entirely reasonable. There's absolutely no other conceivable explanation for what you just saw. After Claudius tore out of the room, your mother followed him, and after she left, everyone else left too, leaving the room empty but for you, Ophelia, and Horatio. You see that? He totally chose the murdery options, and then he freaked out, you say, really excited. There's no denying that, says Horatio. That means the spooky ghost was correct, you say. Ophelia looks at you for a moment, then opens her mouth to speak. Wait, hold on, I can't remember. You've made a lot of crazy choices. Do you and Ophelia break up the last time you saw her? Yeah, man, we broke up. I'm sorry to hear it. I mean, makes sense, but, sorry about your feelings, buddy? Okay, so you just said, this means the spooky ghost was correct, and Ophelia has looked at you strangely, and now she's speaking. A ghost, she says, you're crazy. And she looks at Horatio and says, you're crazy too. Then she looks at you again, sighs, and says, I don't even know why I'm here, and leaves, shoving past Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in the doorway. Looks like you two are still broken up, which makes you sad. But on the plus side, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are totally awesome. Bros before woes! You're about to go greet your best bros with your choice of high fives, slaps on the back, or hugs all around, when Guildenstern holds up his hand and speaks. Your mom wants to see you, he says. As you know, in this time period, if you want to talk to someone, you have to literally walk over to where they are to chat them up, which I can hardly believe. Anyway, she's lazy, so she wants you to walk to her instead. Dude, she said she's astonished by your behavior, Rosencrantz adds. Astonished is not real slang, you say. Just trying it out, Rosencrantz says, and you high-five to linguistic experimentation. Well, guess I'm off to see her, you say. Just then, Polonius enters the room and says, Hey, your mother wants to see you. I know, nobody wants you here, Polonius, you yell at him. God, I could just stab you through a curtain. Hey, that gives you an idea. Wherefore, go talk to your mom. You're way to your mom's room. You pass by the church. You live in a very fancy castle. Were you aware of that? And who should be there, engrossed in prayer, but Claudius? I guess after he ran off to his room, he decided to go to church to pray instead. He's such a wiener. Wait a minute. You could totally kill him in a church. How badass is that? Man, pretty badass. Let's kill Claudius in the church. You find Claudius engrossed in prayer, which is completely silent, so you have no idea what he's praying about. Probably he's feeling guilty about the murder he did, huh? The murder of your dad? The murder that makes you so mad you want to commit the murder act on him? You unsheath your sword, raise it above his head. But wait, if he's praying right now, doesn't that mean that, according to religion, his soul is pure with all its sins confessed? If you kill him, he'll die with his soul more pure than that of your father when he died. Hardly seems fair, does it? Wait, is it still cool to murder a jerk if they're praying? Is there a page in the Bible on that or something? Better not kill him now at this perfect opportunity, because it's really important what happens to him after he dies. Okay, you walk away from the perfect chance for murder and go see your mom instead. Don't worry, I get it. You're afraid that if you kill Claudius, the book will end, and you don't want it to be over yet. I have nobody to blame but myself, I suppose. I wrote an adventure that was simply too awesome. Anyway, onward to adventure. To an adventure that is so awesome, I hope it never ends and this book becomes a present for both of us. And all of you watching. Wherefore, go talk to your mom. Hey Mom, what's up, you say. She jumps back from the curtain she was just messing with. Moms, am I right? Okay, I'm going to interrupt the story here to tell you that this isn't going to go well for you, no matter what you do. I'm spinning around a chair so it's backwards, and I'm sitting on it, straddling the back of the chair with my legs, so you know we're about to have some real talk. You know how in this story you've been choosing the crazy options and doing some crazy stuff? Here's the thing. Sometimes people do that in real life, with their own actual real-life lives. I don't know why, but they do it, and it happens. Just throwing this out here, but your mom has married her husband's brother murderer, and literally served appetizers left over from his funeral at the wedding. This is an actual thing. She, a queen of comfortable, can certainly afford more appetizers means, decided to do. She's not in the best frame of mind, and I've been minimizing her role in the story as much as possible in order to not embarrass her and to give her some space. But you're talking to her now, and there's not much I can do to avoid it. Yeah, I know, right? Clearly she's immortal. Try to understand if she acts crazy. Okay, lecture over. I'm turning the chair back to its normal orientation. We don't have to laugh about our feelings anymore. Hey, Hamlet, Gertrude says. Listen, you were a dick when you messed up Claudius's reading earlier. I didn't mess anything up, you say. He's the one who read the murdery options. If anyone messed up, it's you. Because you married Dad's brother, and that's messed up, Mom. Thought we were going to be nice to her? Your mom looks at you like she's seeing you for the first time. What are you going to do? Murder me? Are you going to murder me? Your mom asks. Terrific. No, Mom, I'm not going to murder you, you say, holding your palms out in front of you, in what you hope reads as a be cool motion. Why would you even think that? Oh, is it because I'm wearing a sword? Listen, all the princes wear swords these days. Help! She screams at the top of her lungs. A voice from behind the curtain says, What? Help! Help! It seems your mom has a spy eavesdropping on this little conversation. Remember what I said before about giving her the benefit of the doubt? This is kind of the perfect chance to give her the benefit of the doubt. Show her how non-murderous you are by killing whoever's behind the curtain. You need to learn to stop giving you gag options because you keep taking them. Joke's on me, I guess. Anyway, you throw being nice to the woman who gave birth to you out the window, and you give the curtain the old stab me do and kill whoever's behind it. Lo, I am slain, he says, though it kinda sounds like lol, I am slain, which you think would have been funnier. But wait a second, the voice sounds like Polonius? What have you done? Screams your mother. Thinking quickly, you say, Nothing as bad as killing a king and marrying his wife. What, I didn't murder anyone, she says. Okay, no, obviously, you say. But Claudius did, and then you married him. Besides, maybe I thought the guy behind the curtain was Claudius, and therefore I was, doing a good deed? Or is it a good deed to kill my husband? Ask your mom. Besides, didn't you see him praying on your way here? We both know he's in the church. He can't be in two places at once. You say. Turning away from the body, you start yelling at your mom, saying how great Dad was, how awful Claudius is, and how she traded the best dude ever for the worst dude ever in time. And finally, how she's pretty dumb and awful and too old for love anyway. You say all these things to your own mother. You reduce her to tears. You've made me feel horrible about my marriage, she says, pitifully. When you have sex, it's awful. It makes the bed all greasy, you reply. Wow! Suddenly, a ghost appears. Twist! What now? Talk to Ghost. It's the ghost of your dad, like from before. Didn't I ask you to kill Claudius? The ghost says. So far, all you've done is watch someone else read a book, and then kill your girlfriend's dad. It's complicated, you say? Who are you talking to? Asks Gertrude. Mom, I'm talking to the ghost of my dead dad, you yell. I talked to him before and everyone saw him then. I don't know why you can't see him now. I don't know what his deal is. Aw, geez, you're crazy. My son is bonkers, your mom says to herself, drying her tears. To be fair, you do look a little crazy. Ghost Dad reminds you that you're supposed to be murdering Claudius, not Polonius. And he doesn't really see how cussing out his widow is helping anything. Be nice to her, he says. Also, he says, I'm pretty sure she's conflicted about this whole marriage to my brother thing that I guess is going on, so maybe you could talk to her about that. But Dad, you say. Hamlet, he says, frowning as he disappears. Fine, you say. Hey, Mom, how's it going? Listen, stop having sex with Claudius, okay? She slaps you across the face. Maybe that's why people don't usually discuss sex lives with their moms. Who knows? Look, Mom, I'm not really crazy, but don't tell anyone, you say, gingerly touching your face where she hit you. What is crazy is what you've been doing. This marriage to your husband's brother. It's gross. We all think it's gross. I know you're not happy about it. I know that, Mom. Hamlet, she begins, but you cut her off. It's not too late, Mom. You can't be good. Maybe tonight you can just pretend to be good, and then keep pretending to be good night after night, and it'll get easier. By pretend to be good, I mean make yourself unavailable to Claudius sexually and emotionally. Just a little bit. Your mom's crying again, but quietly. She looks up at you. All right, she says. All right. Proud of you, Mom, you say. Listen, I've got to go. I kind of killed Polonius by accident, and I'm gonna go lay low for a while. Okay, she says. Toodles. What now? Tell her that it would be very unfortunate if she told Claudius you're just faking crazy, and as a consequence of that had an accident that broke her neck. You finish up this tender moment by threatening the woman who gave birth to you, then leave. Oh, Hamlet. What are we going to do with you, Hamlet? On your way out the door, you bump into your bros, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. You want to get out of here, you say, and they can see that they would like to party on a boat. You know what? That sounds nice. Sort of give everyone a space, you know, while also standing around on a positively buoyant vessel. Sounds real nice. Boat headed for England in just a few hours. You know this because boats to England are kind of a big deal. You send some servants to clean up crazy old dead Polonius, and another to be there for your mother. And you pack your bags. A few hours later, you and your bros are partying on a boat. Yeah. Party boat! Boat party! Oh, crap. You forgot to tell Ophelia about her dad. Oops, what now? Well, can't get off this party boat now. Even if you broke up recently, you should at least console Ophelia over her loss, especially since you were kinda involved in his accidental death. But instead you're running away and partying on a boat. Calling it, you are the worst boyfriend and or ex-boyfriend ever. But the music is pretty jammin', so, I mean, I can't blame you. But you're on this boat, and it's set sail for England, so there's not much you can do. Try to party as best you can, given the circumstances. As the boat sails for England, you catch sight of a huge army sailing towards Poland. There has to be an entire military corps on board. Seriously, there's got to be 20,000 people all crammed onto a single ship. The ship is too far away from you to communicate by talking or even shouting, but luckily you brought semaphore flags and are fully trained in their use. And, as you know, by holding up two colored flags in different positions, you can spell out letters of the alphabet, and in response, folks on the other ship can send messages back to you. Hey, Hamlet here, what's going on? You say in semaphore. Hey, Hamlet, we were sent by Prince Fortinbras from Norway. It's kind of a rough equivalent of you, come to think of it. Anyway, he's on board, and we're all going to fight over some really terrible land that sucks, comes the signed reply. Really? You signal. Yeah, it's totally sucky land, but what are you gonna do? Fighter's gonna fight, he signals. We're happy to do it. Okay, thanks, you reply in flag talk. Wow. Fortinbras and his army are ready to fight over something entirely useless, and the Polish are willing to defend it, too. These people will fight and kill over nothing. And you can't even kill your uncle, even though you have totally valid reasons. Whoa, hold up, dude. You start to feel inspired. Be inspired and free verse. You clear your throat. Hold out a hand in front of you. And here's what you say. Witness this army of such mass and charge, led by a delicate and tender prince, whose spirit with divine ambition puffed makes mouths at the invisible invent, exposing what is mortal and unsure to all that fortune, death, and danger dare, even for an eggshell. Rightly to be great is not to stir without great argument, but greatly to find quarrel in a straw. When honor's at the stake, how stand I then, that have a father killed, a mother stained, excitements of my reason and my blood, and let all sleep, while to my shame I see the imminent death of 20,000 men, that for a fantasy and trick of fame go to their graves like beds, fight for a plot, whereon the numbers cannot try the cause, which is not tomb enough and continent to hide the slain. Oh, from this time forth, my thoughts be bloody or be nothing worth. Yeah, the Poles are kind of getting the short end of the stick around here. Kind of sucks to be Polish right now. Not bad, not bad. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are polite enough to pretend not to hear. They're so great. Continue partying on the boat. Partying on a boat is great, but it does not last forever. After several hours, the party winds down, everyone starts going to bed. You and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern stumble off to your quarters. 3 awesome dudes in 1 awesome room. One awesome party room. The next day, you wake up, still feeling the effects of the previous night's partying. You put on your shirt, but it feels different. Turns out it's Rosencrantz's shirt. Wow. As you pull it off, a letter falls out of the pocket. Rosencrantz wakes up, teases you for wearing his clothes, then notices the letter. Hey, Hamlet, you dropped something, he says. No, man, you say. It's your letter. This is your shirt. You pass him the garment. He has the shirt. It's not my letter, bro, he says, pulling it over his head. Someone must have slipped it to me sometime yesterday. What's it say? Flipping it over, you notice it's got a royal seal on the back. It's from King Claudius, you say. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern say the following. What? What now? Open the letter. I'm opening it, you say. This is what you read. Dear King of England. It's me, Claudius, the King of Denmark. Listen, we get along pretty well, right? And both our countries are in pretty good shape. Anyway, it'd be really convenient for me, and it would help both our countries to stay in good shape if you could kill Hamlet for me real quick. It's not that big a deal. Just kill him, okay? Cool? Cool. P.S. I'm 100% serious. Please kill him right now. You and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern stare at each other for a long moment. It looks like this whole time, while you were planning to kill Claudius, he was also planning to kill you. Dude, are you scoping this letter's choice assassination orders? Asked Rosencrantz. I told you, man. I told you about Claudius, Guildenstern yells. Maybe you heard my free verse from last night, you say? It was extremely tight. Commit mail fraud. What'd you do? Figure out a plan with Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. You and your bros come up with a plan. It goes as follows. You replace the letter with a forgery you wrote together that reads, Hey King, can you make it so that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are given fancy houses and made princes and given all the cool things it is possible to have, as they are extremely awesome, but please do not mention this letter or its contents ever again to me, Claudius, the man who is writing this letter right now. If you do see me and this letter comes up, and then I claim that I did not ask for these things, then I'm lying. I like to pretend sometimes that I didn't write letters, but it's just pretend. Haha, I can never take this back. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are awesome. Hamlet's rad too. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are way awesome, though. You replace the official seal with a forgery. Since you're wearing a ring and it bears the royal seal, this is surprisingly easy. You decide that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern will deliver the letter, while you catch the next boat back to Denmark to kill Claudius. You're at this stage in fulfilling the plan when pirates attack. What now, pirates? Nobody said there were pirates. Holy cow, this book just got awesome. Thank you. You're too kind. Let me set the scene. You, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern rush above decks at the sound of the lookout yelling, "Pirates ho!" Following his arm pointing to the horizon, you see a ship sailing directly towards you with alarming speed. Her disguise of a Danish flag being lowered as a black flag with a grinning skull and crossbones unfurls in its place. It's pretty badass. Behind her, a huge storm has gathered, lightning striking into the water. Both are headed straight for you. She's a magnificent ship, a 3-masted beauty running 50 meters long from bow to stern. She slices cleanly through the sea with the wind filling her sails. 1,400 tons of boat, a symphony of wood, cloth, brass, and iron. She's as tall as she is long, with each of her masts proudly carrying 4 gargantuan rectangular sails. Rigging of baffling complexity stretches between each mast, its crossbars, and the side of her hull. She carries 26 cannon on her port side and 26 in her starboard, each loaded and at the ready, and she's running with her gun ports open. She also sails with 2 forward-facing cannons mounted on her bow, beneath which protrudes the beautifully carved figure of a mermaid. Over 150 strong and able men, all pirates, call her home. The painted and polished red wooden letters affixed to her hull betray her name, Calypso's Gale. You, on the other hand, are on a party boat, the HDMS Vessel Mania IV. Your boat is a mere 100 tons, her armaments a slight 6 cannons per side. Vessel Mania's 2 taller masts bear a singular triangular sail each. Her crew of 20 is young and inexperienced. Her captain, with whom you've had only a passing acquaintance, seems fresh out of captain school, if that is even a thing. He's there at your side now, barking orders left and right. Men haul up the sails and run below decks to prepare the cannons. It's a scene of barely controlled chaos, and that's when you hear the first report of cannon fire. Both shots hit their target. The pirates are firing chain shot, 2 cannonballs tied together with a length of heavy chain, stuffed into a single cannon, designed to tear apart sails and rigging as they blast through it. The first shot tears apart some of the rigging on your forward sail, but luckily nothing critical is damaged. The second shot hits low, and instead of tearing into the sails, it decapitates the captain in an instant. His headless, bloody body drops at your feet. But now, pirates! This is so awesome. Yes, well, the bad news is they are not messing around. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern take one look at the bloody corpse of the captain lying at your feet, and rush below decks, tripping over each other on their way down the ladder. The first mate is staring at the captain's body in shock. A huge burst of lightning flashes across the darkening sky, and rain begins to fall on Vessel Mania's deck. Calypso's Gale is gaining on you, and her forward cannons are being reloaded. The distance between the 2 ships is decreasing by the second. What do? Take command of this vessel. I'm assuming command of this vessel, you say, taking the hat off the captain's head and putting it on your own. The crew acquiesces easily. You're the oldest person on board, and you are also royalty. Lucky for you. Report, you order. Mainsail is undamaged. Adjunct rigging of the secondary sail has been destroyed by cannon shot, but repair crews have been dispatched, replies your first mate. Hull integrity at 92%. We're sailing in a broad reach. You recall enough sailor talk, that means the wind is at your back, but you're sailing at a slight angle to it. It's the safest way to travel, as traveling with the wind exactly at your back makes for a faster but less stable boat. You normally want to minimize your chances of losing control. On the other hand, with pirates on your tail, maybe now isn't the time to worry about safety. We need all the speed we can. Change course so the wind is directly at our back. Put the wind at our back, you order. Your first mate says, "Aye, sir," begins barking commands to the crew. Set sails leeward, we'll be running before the wind, boys. The crew adjust the sails quickly, and you can feel it as the boat gains speed. You look behind you, expecting to see Calypso's gale fade from view. But even with the wind fully at your back, the pirate ship is still gaining. It wasn't enough. Calypso's gale fires again, and the chain shot tears through Vesselmania's stern and exits through the port side of the hull, thankfully above the waterline. Orders, Captain? You stare at Calypso's gale through a spyglass. The square shape of her rigging reminds you of something. Try to remember everything you know about sailing before you answer. Those sails she's carrying, 3 masts, each with 4 rectangular sails on them. Of course, you say. The pirate captain did what you would have done in his position. He's chosen the most favorable angle of attack. He's coming in with the wind fully at his back, because that's when his boat is fastest. Those well-rigged sails are terrific at catching the wind, and he's got lots of them, but their disadvantage is that they can't be adjusted quickly. Every change requires the crew to climb up and change the rigging on each sail individually. You, on the other hand, can adjust your 2 triangular sails quickly, and it can be done at deck level. You come about into the storm while maintaining a slight angle away from it. You should be able to turn around, maintain speed, slip past Calypso's gale, and be long gone before she can even begin to turn. It's your only hope. You lower the spyglass, lock eyes with your first mate, and shout your orders over the roar of the storm. Come about into the storm, set sails windward, keep a close-hauled tack. The sails are adjusted by your crew. As you turn towards the wind, the waves which had previously been traveling with you are now moving against you. Huge, white-capped waves crest and splash over the deck. Hold on, men, you shout into the gale. Your ship heels over, almost capsizing with the intensity of the turn. But the sails keep just clear of the water, and the maneuver is successful. As she rights herself, you see Calypso's gale ahead of you, bearing down, still at speed. All you need to do is pass by her side, and you'll be free. Steady! Steady! You shout as the 2 ships approach each other, Vesselmania slipping by on the right. Looking at the crew of the pirate ship, you see them scrambling into the rigging, adjusting their sails as fast as they can. It shouldn't be enough. It shouldn't be. But they're not trying to come about. They're not trying to sidle up parallel to fire their cannons. Instead, they've thrown the rudder hard to port, attempting to send the ship into a tight curve. They're attempting to ram you, Hamlet. Hard to starboard! Hard to starboard, you scream. But there's not enough time. Calypso's gale tears into the side of your ship at full speed. You and the rest of the crew are knocked to the deck as Vesselmania is cleaved almost in 2. You scramble to your feet and see that she's somehow managed to stay together, impaled on the much larger bow of Calypso's gale. But she's mortally wounded. She's filling with water as we speak, Hamlet. Looking up through the storm, you see ropes being thrown over the edge of the pirate ship. Pirates are sliding down them, swords at the ready, hoping to kill you and take whatever valuables they can find before Vesselmania finally capsizes. Given her current condition, they'd better be fast. You'd better be fast too, whatever it is you decide to do next. What now? Order the crew to abandon ship, then commandeer the pirate vessel. Abandon ship! All hands abandon ship, you yell into the storm. The crew looks at you in shock, but there's not much they can do. You want us to jump into the ocean? Someone yells. I don't want you to jump into the ocean, you reply. You bite down on the blade of your sword and begin to climb one of the ropes leading up to the pirate ship. Some of your men realize what you're doing and join in, climbing up other ropes. Partway up, you turn around, grasp your sword, and shout down at your remaining crew. I want you to jump into the fight! Your crew shouts in defiance of the pirates, charges the ropes, and begins to climb. Wherefore, continue climbing. You and your crew scramble up the ropes. Partway up, an explosion rocks Vesselmania the Fourth. You hold tight to the rope as the force of the explosion reaches you, shooting debris upwards into the sky, taking your captain's hat with it, and messing up your hair. Looking downward, You see the entire top deck of Vesselmania has been destroyed, revealing fires raging underneath. There's no way anyone could have survived. Your Rosencrantz and Guildenstern made it above decks in time, but there's too much storm for you to make out the others on the ropes below you clearly. Maybe they made it to the ropes? No, man, they died. Nice try. Your friends have to choose their own adventure here. You don't get to make life or death choices for them. If you want to do that, you should play my other book, God, the Adventure. Decide how each of billions of individual stories end. Fun at first, tedious soon after. So many lives are depressingly similar. Personally, though, I hope Rosencrantz and Guildenstern survived, and I think that probably counts for something. Suddenly, lightning strikes the water below. A huge roar of thunder deafens you, but in that brief instant, the world is illuminated. You see your young crew of almost 20, both by count and by age, cutlasses at the ready, fighting as they climb. Pirates swarm down the lines, battling them for sport. Above them on deck, they're being chewed by a row of pirates. And at the very bow of the ship, looking down with a spyglass, stands the captain. He's got a fancy hat and a parrot on his shoulder, the works, and he's staring right at you through the storm. The darkness of the storm is restored moments later. You grimly resume your climb. One way or another, you're going to end this. Continue climbing. Attack pirates. You're about halfway up when you meet your first pirate. You decide you have the advantage. You can always slide down the rope some to gain distance, while he can only climb up, which takes some more time. Before it comes to that, however, you brace your legs against the hull of Calypso's gale. As the pirate approaches you, you push off with all your strength, sending you both into the darkness, hanging in space out above the ocean. You were ready for this. The pirate wasn't. You wield your sword and stab upwards, sending it cleanly through the surprised pirate's butt. Ha ha, sweet. You hear him scream as he falls, and then you hear a small splash as he hits the ocean. Looking up, you see another pirate already climbing down to take his place. Same trick isn't going to work twice, Hamlet. What now? Lure the pirate to slide down lower, just like Hamlet would have done. Hey, you yell. Big bad pirate, why don't you come down here and fight me? The pirate seems reluctant, until you tell him that he's a disappointment to his family, and how the grief and shame of having a child who grew up to work as a pirate, who became a pirate, seems so colossal to his parents, and yet at the same time also so private and personal that they rarely speak of him, even to each other. They live with this invisible wall between them, always preventing them from being as close as they used to be, as they want to be again. The subject of their son somehow always in mind, but never broached. His parents, who used to tell each other everything, now go to bed in silence. And this pirate's actions, his choices, have created this thing, untouchable, unreal, that nevertheless heartlessly and inexorably drives his parents a little more into solitude each day. They've become strangers to each other. The pirate hollers in rage at your way-sick Dis and begins climbing down. When he's close, you brace your legs against the hull and push, but the pirate is ready for it and holds on tight. What he's not ready for is the fact you pushed at an angle, sending you out into space, and then back to the ship further to the left of where you had been. You grab another rope, and in the same smooth action, reach up and send your sword through his rope, just above of where he's holding. You watch as man and rope fall, silhouetted by the burning deck of Vesselmania IV. They disappear into the flames. You're fired, you say. You manage to climb up quite a bit before another pirate takes his place. Now, for your sake, you've got another trick up your sleeve. Push out from the ship, use your legs as a battering ram, smash your way through a porthole. That's a really good idea. Huh, nicely done. You push out from the ship, use your legs as a battering ram, and smash your way inside through a porthole. You manage somehow to hit the deck, roll, and leap to your feet in one impressively smooth motion. Unfortunately, there's nobody around to see it, as everyone is above decks engaged in battle, and you've landed in the captain's quarters. Around you are the accoutrements of command, the ship's log, and, yes, a sword. A much nicer sword, actually, than the one you started this journey with. You decide to take it. You are now wielding the fancy sword. You don't care that you lost your other sword. It sucks now. You kick down the door. It has a handle, but things were just going that way. And take the ladder to the top deck. You push open the trap door and climb out. In front of you is an epic battle. Your crew taking on 2, sometimes 3 pirates at a time. It's amazing. Each success seems to fuel them further, each pirate body hitting the deck only adding to their experience points. You can almost see them leveling up as you watch. It's like all their perks are being invested in battle techniques. Suddenly, you feel a cold tap on your shoulder. Turning around, you find yourself face to face with the pirate captain. You both raise your swords as you leap into your dueling stances. A pause, and then you rush each other, swords clashing. You thrust and parry back and forth, until a moment comes when your swords catch each other. And in that sudden silence, you stare across your blades into each other's eyes. You fight like a dairy farmer, he says. How appropriate. You fight like a ow, you say, as he slices at your arm, cutting you. It was superficial this time. You're lucky, dude. The pirate captain gloats at drawing first blood, pointing to you and calling you a bunch of very unkind names that I'm not going to say here, because I don't want you to throw down this book so you can try to find and murder this pirate in real life. Just take my word for it. The things he says about you are that bad. On the plus side, while he gloats, there's an opening. You should attack. Attack the hand he's pointing at you with. You drop to one knee and put all your effort into sending your sword upwards at his outstretched hand. You manage to cleave it from his wrist in a single slice. The momentum from the blow carries his hand up into the air, and you both watch. He in shock, you in surprise at how good this awesome sword is. As his detached hand describes an arc directly towards you. It hits your chest with a bloody splat. You brush his hand off your jacket and say, hey, I never knew what it was like to cut off a limb before. Guess now I've finally got some first-hand experience. A man after your own heart, I see Hamlet is, at least in this case. The pirate captain screams in rage, charging you with his sword. You deftly parry and sidestep, ending up behind him. The two of you circle each other, flurries of swordplay erupting whenever one of you detects an opportunity. Despite his injury, neither of you is able to gain the advantage on the rain-soaked deck of the ship. Suddenly, lightning strikes the brass rail behind the pirate captain, and he's briefly stunned by the tremendous thunder that follows. You're stunned as well, but being a few feet away, you recover more quickly. Attack his dominant, sword-bearing arm. You swing your sword sideways as hard as you can, making contact with his left elbow at full speed. Your sword slices through the flesh easily. He screams and tries to attack you with his other arm, but a second later you've cut that one off at the elbow too. You both look down at his now useless arms lying on the deck, one hand still clutching his sword. The perfect thing to deadpan suddenly comes to mind, the words crystallizing in your head like they were written for you by the very gods themselves. All hands on deck! The pirate screams at you, livid. You all are so right. He's lost some very important body parts, and is probably bleeding out, but he's not going to stop. He's out of control with rage, and will fight you right to the end. You can't let your guard down. He'll take you apart with his teeth if you let him. It's time to finish this, Hamlet. Deliver the killing blow. The captain tries to spit in your face. You stab him right in the chest, piercing a lung. He gasps and swears at you. Save your breath, you say. You take your step back and slice off the captain's chin, sending it flying into the rigging. "Come on, keep your chin up," you yell, slicing again his face. You cut off the tip of his nose, and it flies overboard. "You know what they say," you say grimly, taking your sword in both hands. "Follow your nose." With one huge strike, you behead the pirate captain. His head rolls at your feet, and you kick it overboard into the ocean. Let me just say, holy crap! Never in your life you fought so well. This was awesome. Literally awesome. If you lived to be 1,000 years old, you'd never have a fight go so amazingly well as it did today. You're catching your breath when you hear familiar voices yell, "Hamlet!" Turning around, you see Rosencrantz and Guildenstern rushing towards you. They survived. In fact, they did more than survive the battle. Like you, they thrived in it. All around them lie the bodies of pirates, and your crew dispatches the last few survivors. This is incredible. Calypso's gale is yours. The storm surrounding her is clearing as quickly as it appeared in the first place. Sun pierces through the clouds. You and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern hug each other, and your crew cheers. Pulling back, Guildenstern notices the blood on your jacket, and then the headless torso on the floor. "What happened to the captain?" asks Guildenstern. "Dunno," you say. "Last I saw, he was headed for sea." "Oh," says Rosencrantz. "Does that mean you cut his head off and then threw it overboard?" "Let's just say that when he fought me, he got a little in over his head." "Oh, you cut off his head and then threw it overboard," says Rosencrantz. "Wherefore, take command of this larger, much nicer vessel." I think we inflicted more than a few flesh wounds there. You do that, and make Rosencrantz and Guildenstern your first officers. Congratulations, Captain Hamlet. Calypso's gale is yours to command. Your crew demands a speech, cheering and hollering at you. Stepping up onto the highest part of Calypso's bridge, you decide to give them what they want. You hold your hands out in front of you and ask for silence. God damn it, always with the puns, always with the puns. You cannot be stopped, rascal. They quiet, and in the moment before you speak, the only noise you hear is the sound of waves gently splashing on the hull beneath you. A peaceful, beautiful sound. It's a perfect moment. You look at your crew, and they are you. People often speak of the machinery of fate, you say, as though the course of our lives is governed by some untouchable, unknowable clockwork. Well, if fate be a machine, today she was a machine that transformed us all into an unstoppable force of vengeance. Your crew cheers wildly. Gods, even! Your crew cheers even louder. Yes, you say, today we truly were gods from the machine. Your crew resumes their duties. That was a really amazing part of your adventure, Hamlet. You're sure that, should you ever one day write a book about this story, or perhaps even a stage production, you'd definitely include this scene. Why? You'd have to be literally crazy to write a story where you journey to England, get attacked by pirates, actual pirates, but then just sum up that whole adventure in a single sentence. Ha! That would be the worst. Who puts a pirate attack scene in their story and doesn't show it to the audience? Hopefully nobody, that's who. Even from a purely structural viewpoint, you've got to give the audience something awesome to make up with all the introspection you've been doing. That just seems pretty obvious, is all. Anyway, enough crazy hypotheticals about the actual play Hamlet. To where will you make sail? Sail back to Denmark to revenge yourself on Claudius. While sailing to Denmark, you and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern come up with a plan. Clearly, King Claudius wants you dead, but he isn't willing to move overtly, hence the letter he planted on your friends. Heck, even the pirate attack could have been orchestrated by him. It's impossible to know who he's gotten to while you've been gone. You can't trust anyone. Decide to attack Claudius more discreetly, lest a frontal attack from a pirate ship disturb the people of Denmark and weaken your right to rule. Rather than sailing into shore and attacking the king head-on, you decide not to tip your hand. This is the plan you come up with. You'll approach Denmark at night, flying Danish flags. Calypso's gale will stay out from shore, looking like any other trader, but will remain ready to move on your signal. You'll leave Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in command, dive overboard into the ocean, and swim to shore. Once there, you'll compose and send 3 letters to Horatio by messenger. The first will be addressed to Claudius and read, "Hey, I'm back from England all by myself. Surprise! You will be tomorrow when I see you. P.S. I am naked." Hopefully, you'll be able to scare/confuse him into some rash, overt action against you, which you'll be able to counter with Calypso's help. The second goes to your mother and reads, "Hey, Mom, I'm still mad at you for marrying Claudius, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to kill him. So, try to act surprised." The third and final letter is for your friend Horatio. It says, "Hey, Horatio, crazy story. Pirates attacked, and they took me hostage, but just me, and then they brought me back to Denmark because I said I'd do them a favor. Speaking of which, can you make sure these other 2 letters reach Mom and Uncle Dad? Then come to see me real quick, okay? I'll be down by the docks." That should be enough to ensure your letters are delivered, and to see if Claudius has gotten to Horatio while you were away. If he hasn't, Horatio can help you take down Claudius. If he has, well, you'll deal with Horatio the same way you dealt with the pirates, with your sword and your wits, both deadly sharp and both insanely pointed. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern agree to your plan. You arrive near Denmark's shore in the middle of the night, the waves silver with reflected moonlight. "Good luck, my friends," you tell Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. "And to you," they reply. "We've both grown so much this trip. It's been so great. We've never felt closer to these awesome dudes." You dive into the sea and swim for shore. What now? Reach the shore and send the letters. You send the letters. You have time before the messenger will deliver them, so you wander down to the docks. You get the attention of a passerby who looks like she works here. "Excuse me, what's that ship over there?" you say, pointing as casually as you can at your insanely majestic ship. "Oh, that's Calypso's gale. Looks like a Danish trader. I imagine she'll be docking in a few hours," she says. "Oh, neat," you say. Everything's going according to plan. You wave to the ship, just in case Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are watching, and wander around, waiting for Horatio to show up. You eat some fried fish. It is really yummy. Suddenly, you feel a tap on your shoulder. Looking around, you see your old friend Horatio. "Hamlet, you're back," he says, hugging you. "Did you deliver my letters?" you ask. "Yep, so what's your story? Pirates attacked and only took you hostage? And they brought you back here for no reason? Ha ha, that's so crazy. That's really what happened? Do you trust Horatio? If you do, you'll let him in on the full story. If you don't, you'll let him think that only you made it back from the trip. Well, trust no one." "Yes, that is exactly what happened," you say. "What about Rosencrantz and Guildenstern?" he asks. "They, died. The king wanted to murder me, and he got them to carry a letter, telling the English king to kill me. That's it, so when I, secretly replaced that note with a forgery that told him to kill Rosencrantz and Guildenstern instead. They're dead now, because, as I said earlier in my letter, the pirates left after they captured me. Yes, everything fits together nicely. It's a good lie, close to the truth, so it won't be hard to keep straight." "Whoa," Horatio says. "Whoa, that's cold. What did Rosencrantz and Guildenstern do to deserve that?" Yes, that is a reasonable question, and the reasonable answer is that they carried the letter from Claudius on purpose. They were allied with him all along, and I trust them as much as I trust snakes." "Huh," says Horatio. "Oh, and I would totally kill anyone who was working for my stepdad," you say, making significant eye contact with him. "Huh," says Horatio, perfectly neutrally. Darn these even-handed, non-committal responses that tell you nothing. You've been walking as you talk, and you and Horatio find yourselves in the graveyard. It's close to the river everyone takes their drinking water from, which I guess kinda explains why people act so crazy around here. Spoiler alert, water contamination. Spoiler alert, this is gross. There are 2 gravediggers here. Wait, hold up. One of them is leaving, off to have his own adventures, no doubt. Do you ever think about that, Hamlet? About all the people you pass in the street, how they're each the star of their own little narrative? So it's weird that people who you'll never talk to are off having their own lives, building their own stories. And isn't it crazy that from their point of view, you'd be a minor character, entirely forgettable? Well, it's true. And in this Gravedigger story, you play the role of guy who shows up and toots just as I leave. You toot. He leaves. The remaining Gravedigger is singing. Listen to his singing. The Gravedigger sings about being young and in love. He's singing while he digs a grave, you say. Yeah, says Horatio. His job is to dig graves, so he's used to it. Whoa, you say. This whole thing is seriously blowing your mind. The Gravedigger sings about being old now. And the tune is pretty catchy, actually. While he's busy digging this grave. He digs into a pre-existing grave. Remember that in our time period, it's not like that is especially weird or gross. He digs something up. He tosses it behind him. Hey, there's a skull here. Skull. You keep your distance from the Gravedigger, but look at the skull intently. That skull had a tongue in it once, you say to Horatio. Yep, says Horatio. It had jowls too, you say. Yep, probably. Maybe it was a politician's skull. Oh, or a courtier. Lord such a one, or whoever. And look, that guy's throwing it around like it's not even a thing, you say. Lord such and such, you mean, sighs Horatio, as the Gravedigger digs up another skull. There are now 2 skulls here. The other skull seems pretty interesting too. You close your eyes and think very clearly. Look, other skull. Then you open your eyes and examine the other skull intently. I'm not gonna lie. From this distance, it definitely looks a lot like the first skull. You're fascinated by it, though. Maybe that other skull was a lawyer's skull, you say, nudging Horatio. Look at him now. Where's his impressive lawyer tricks now, huh? His fancy rhetoric for the judge and jury? He's dead, says Horatio. Why, doesn't he sue this guy for assault after he dug up his skull with a shovel, if he's such a fancy lawyer, you say? I'd have to say it's probably because he's dead, says Horatio. Maybe it was a landowner's skull instead. Maybe he owned all this land and had all this complicated accounting for it. Ha! Is one of those accounting rules that his empty skull now gets filled up with dirt, you say? Yes, I believe that's generally what happens when you die, says Horatio. You stare at him wildly, then back to the skull, then back to Horatio. Then you stare at the skull for a bit. Listen, Horatio says. Maybe you want to talk to the Gravedigger for a while? I'm sure he'd find your viewpoint absolutely novel and riveting. You do. Talk to Gravedigger. The Gravedigger and you chat back and forth. Here's a snippet of the conversation you have. Whose grave is this, you say? It's mine, he says. Thought it was yours because you're the one lying in it, you say. Really, Hamlet, he's not lying in it. He's standing in it, digging it. And if you're going for a lying down, lying untruth pun, then I'm sorry, but it's not going to work. And you're lying out of it, so it's not yours, says the Gravedigger. Super proud of this dumb wordplay. He goes on to, actually, I'm not lying. It really is mine. But you are lying, you say before I can stop you, because you're in it and saying it's yours, but you're alive and graves aren't for the living. Aha! Got you there. Riveting. This back and forth goes back and forth, and eventually it comes out that he's digging a grave for a young woman, and you, as you are an uncouth brute, ask how long he's had this job before you even ask him his name, and he says he's been working as a gravedigger since the day Hamlet was born. Hey, that's you. What a crazy coincidence. Probably say something. Play dumb. Anyway, you decide to play dumb. Hamlet? Who is Hamlet? You say, elbowing Horatio, who's standing beside you. Horatio rolls his eyes. Why the accent? Horatio sighs. You didn't have it a second ago. Hamlet is the prince who went to England because he was crazy, says the gravedigger. Either he'll get less crazy there, or he won't. But either way, it won't matter, because everyone's crazy in England. Racism, says Horatio. How did the Prince Hamlet go? How do you say? Crazy, you ask. Very strangely, he replies. Oh God, you two are going to go at it again, aren't you? Oh God, you are. How strangely, you ask. By losing his mind, he says. On what grounds, you ask? Hey, stop setting him up! Why, right here in Denmark, he says. Ha ha ha. Listen, I'm cutting you off. The rest of your conversation is censored. But at some point he gestures to one of the skulls you were looking at, and volunteers that that's the skull of Yorick. Once gestured to the king, now dead and buried 23 years. He poured a flagon of Rhenish on my head once, says the gravedigger. Talk about Yorick. You pick up the skull and hold it out in front of you. You begin to feel inspired. Alas, poor Yorick, you say. I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times. And now, how abhorred in my imagination it is, my gorge rises at it. Here hung those lips that I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now, your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar? Not one now to mock your own grinning, quite chapfallen. Now get you to my lady's chamber, and tell her, let her paint an inch thick, to this favour she must come. Make her laugh at that. What my friend means to say, says Horatio, is that he remembers Yorick, and the fun times they shared, but now he has to look at his gross remains makes him want to drop a barf. Ah, says the gravedigger. He then asks the dead, lifeless skull where its jokes and songs are, and then tells the skull to go to his girlfriend's room and tell her that no matter how much makeup she puts on, she'll end up like him one day, Horatio says. Well, not exactly like him, says the gravedigger, as male and female skulls have several structural differences. To interrupt them both. Horatio, do you think Alexander the Great looked like this after he was buried? Yeah, probs, says Horatio. Skull is smelly, you say. Yeah, probs, says Horatio. Do you think it's weird that we can be alive and be kings of the world, but then we die and return to the earth, and then someone might use that earth to make mud, and use that mud to fix a hole in a barrel? He uses mud to fix a hole, Horatio begins, but you interrupt him. You can also use mud to patch a wall, you say. Suddenly you're startled by noises. It sounds like screaming. Investigate noises. You, Horatio, and the gravedigger investigate the noises, and discovered that they were caused by Gertrude, your mom, Claudius, your new dad that you swore you'd murder, Laertes, Ophelia's brother, you haven't really hung out with him that much actually, a priest, priests are ordained ministers of the church, and a coffin. Coffins are what people get buried in. Dude, you should know this. Seems like Gertrude was screaming, wailing. Weird. You elbow your friend. Hey, you say. Look how sucky that coffin is. Look how small the ceremony is. Must have been someone who killed themselves. You know what would be hilarious? If we stayed and watched. Listen, Hamlet, there's something you should know, Horatio says. Shh, you say. Look, that's Laertes, you say to the gravedigger. You pause and stare at him intently. Yeah, he's pretty rad, you say. Hamlet, Horatio says. Don't you wonder why Laertes is at a funeral? Maybe if he's here, it means it might be someone close to him who died. You cut him off. I can't eavesdrop on people in their most private moments of grief if you keep trying to have a serious conversation about a life or death matter with me, you hiss at him. Turning your attention back to Laertes, you see him arguing with the priests, asking for more rites. More rites, he says. But the priest says he's done all the rites he should do already, and then some. Since this person committed suicide, called it, they don't get as many rites. If we do any more rites, we'll profane the blessed souls of the other people buried here, he says. You, Horatio, and the gravedigger all wince as you glance at the skulls he's dug up. Whoops. Laertes continues to argue with the priest. Well, fine, then go ahead and lay her here, Jokorama priest, Laertes says. My sis will be an angel in heaven, while you're burning in hell. They lower her body into the ground. Wow, he's really upset. Wait, sister? Ophelia's dead? Ophelia's dead? Ophelia's dead? You say out loud, shocked. The gravedigger shrugs. He's not friends with any of these people. I tried to tell you, Horatio says. I meant to tell you earlier, but you seemed so happy to be back, and I wasn't... Look, I'm sorry, Hamlet. She passed away shortly after you left on your trip. Gertrude and Laertes and Claudius are still unaware that you're here. Gertrude throws flowers on her grave, saying that she'd always hoped Ophelia would marry you, and that instead she'd be throwing flowers on her wedding bed. Geez, Gertrude, inappropriate. That is not something for a new mother-in-law to do for newlyweds. Laertes curses 3 times whoever it was who robbed Ophelia of her sanity, and then curses them again 10 times 3 times, for a total of 33 curses. Then he jumps into the grave so that he might hold her in his arms once more. Jeez, Laertes, that's like double inappropriate to the power of 3, for a total of 8 inappropriates. Okay, so they're all really upset and acting crazy. The right thing to do here is go home, approach them later, and say you saw them at the funeral but didn't want to interrupt. Also, it'll give you a chance to deal with your grief too, which you should be feeling. You are feeling it, aren't you, Hamlet? She was your sweetie, and you've come back from a trip to find her dead of apparent suicide. What do you do? Step from the shadows and introduce yourself, dramatically. You step out of the shadows of the graveyard, leaving Horatio and the gravedigger behind. Who is the man whose grief is so extreme, whose words of sorrow can make even the stars themselves stand still and wonder in sadness at what they hear? It's me, Hamlet the Dane. Then you hop into the grave, joining Laertes there. Why not? Emotions are a competition, right? Laertes sees you and screams in rage. The devil take thy soul, he shouts. Which, I mean, if you're going to yell anything, it's pretty much the awesomest and classiest thing to yell at a time and place like this. And with that, you fight. That's right. You and Laertes fight, in a graveyard, during a funeral, in an open grave, with the coffin of Ophelia at your feet. This is how you choose to live your life. Laertes punches you in the teeth. You stagger back until you collide with the muddy grave wall. You raise your mouth up to Laertes. You raise your eyes to Laertes, wiping blood from your mouth with the back of your hand. You glance down at your bloodied hand. That's a funny way to pray, you say, and laugh. And Laertes looks at you. Here's how I do it. You jump at him, forcing your head into his chest as hard as you can. He falls backwards, winded, gasping for air. Our Father, you say, your left fist connecting with his cheek, who art in heaven. Here your right fist collides in a punishing blow with its jaw. Hallowed be thy. His arm shoots out and encircles your throat, and before you can react, he squeezes. You see stars dance around the edge of your vision. You don't want to do that, you gasp, but Laertes only squeezes tighter. Now why's that, Hamlet, he says, smoking, mock concern written on his face. You lock eyes with him. There's something dangerous inside of me. You should be afraid of it, you say. I am. You shouldn't make me angry, Laertes. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Laertes laughs at you, and you feel almost giddy. You can feel yourself losing control. You can feel yourself starting to want it. I won't tell you again, little man, you say, unsure if you're threatening him or pleading with him. Take your hands off. Wherefore, continue being Hamlet. Rather than embrace the madness, you bring your hands up between Laertes' hands and, bashing them outwards, free your neck from his grasp. You're vaguely aware of your mother shouting your name as you punch Laertes over and over again, avoiding his own punches as best you can. You're both getting in some good hits. Finally, Horatio and the gravedigger jump down into the grave and hold the two of you apart. You're both trying to break free. What the heck is this about? Yells your mother. This is a funeral and you're fighting in an open grave for no reason. Mom, Laertes is saying he loved Ophelia more than I did, you say. I loved her more than 40 billion, you stupid old brothers. He really is crazy, says Claudius. Unfortunately, Shakespeare did not know anything about Hulk, But if we return another time and follow another path, we absolutely will go, Gamma. I'll eat a crocodile to prove how serious I am, you offer. I'm sorry for my crazy son, Gertrude says. Usually he calms down after a little while. You decide to prove her right. Turning to Laertes, you say, Listen, bro, why are you treating me like this? I've done nothing to deserve this. But Laertes stares at you, aghast, almost like he holds you responsible for Ophelia's death. Anyway, you say, Hamlet out. You leave. Excuse me. A little while later, Horatio catches up with you. Hey, sorry, Claudius made me leave too. What about the gravedigger, you say? I think he's back to digging graves. He was supposed to be working the whole time we were there anyway. Ah, you say. Wherefore, talk to Horatio about your pirate trip, again. But you already told him about it. If you talk to him about it again, the story's just going to be super repetitive. Wherefore, talk to Horatio about the pirate trip, again. Okay, fine. Remembering that you haven't decided if you can trust him yet. You have a long conversation where you explain again, in detail, the lie you've told him. You elaborate it into a crazy story where you alone come across the letter by accident. You leave out all the awesome parts of the pirate battle, a crime in itself. You tell him only you made it back alive and how Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. He's all, whoa, that must make you sad. You say, no, bro, they got what they deserved. He's all, whoa, bro, harsh. You definitely do not tell him how you have one of the most impressive ships in the world today, waiting just outside Denmark Harbor for your signal. Alright, we're all brought up to speed with your cover story of how you escaped, again, and Horatio has made the appropriate sympathetic noises. Satisfied? Look, you can stop pretending. We all know you kinda lost the plot here and wanted to waste everyone's time while you got a refresher from me. Now we're all out of options, and all you can do is talk to Horatio about what just happened. Listen, I feel kind of bad about getting into that fight with Laertes, you say. And ruining Ophelia's funeral, Horatio volunteers. That too, you know what, I'll be nice to him. He's grieving too, right? We're like two peas in a pod, only instead of peas, we're humans, and instead of being in a pod, we're in a state of grief. Okay, says Horatio. Just really hate it when people try to grieve harder than I do, you exclaim, punching your fist into your palm. That must come up a lot, says Horatio. Anyway, meet me at the castle tomorrow morning, okay? You say, there's something that's gonna go down that I think you'll want to see. Okay, I will. Sweet. Well, see you later, you say. And then it's awkward because you're still both walking the castle in the same direction, side by side. You walk in silence for a bit until you get the bright idea of stopping because a flower looks just so interesting. And then Horatio will walk ahead and it won't be weird anymore. But then Horatio stops too, a few paces ahead. God. Proceeds like this, the two of you walking in fits and starts, one pausing to adjust his leggings or whatever, and the other deciding to wait, but only after taking a few halting steps ahead. You guys, I don't know. When you finally get to bed, you go to sleep sad. Ophelia is dead, remember, but also excited. You're going to expose Claudius tomorrow, and you have Calypso's Gale to back you up, remember? While you're sleeping, I sneak in and pour a potion of not grieving anymore, because feelings are boring into your ear. Well, you should. I think, do you not have links, Desert Fox? That's how liquids enter the body most efficiently, remember? Remember? This is one callback-filled scene, my friend. And you wake up feeling not too emo, which is terrific, because honestly we're finally heading towards a climax, and I don't want you missing out on it while you stay home being a sad. Okay? It's tomorrow. And more importantly, it is midnight and the end of stream time. Right on time, actually. I believe you can get her for free from something or other. Yes, I would like to quit. Because unfortunately, it has been 4 hours. And wow. 4 hours is a long time. So I hope all of you had a great time, or at least a non-bad time, you know, better than mediocre. And, well, it is quite late now. Been sitting in this chair for 4 hours, so I think I'm going to stretch. Yep, it was a stream full of puns. It was a stream full of Hamlet losing his goddamn mind. It was a stream full of incredibly unique moments. I don't think there's any way to describe it, but unique. So thankfully, at least, we are very near the end of Hamlet's adventure. So we should be able to finish that up next stream before we get back into Stardew Valley. Just to make sure everything comes to a close. And then, depending on how many games I have for Saturday's stream, we can get a little bit more of that in. Well, if I run out of things to do, if I don't have enough games prepped. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm so glad for all of you. I hope you have a great, great rest of your night. I hope you rest really well. Love you all, and good night. Good night, darlings. Good night.